Hello again, everybody. Good evening to you, those of you who might be joining us in Australia, perhaps. But hello to all of you, wherever you are based around the world. It's great to be here, and we're actually flying the Fenix A320 again for the first time in what has been quite a while now. Beginning our journey through the wall. I like to crash through those. At Impulse Simulations Canberra International Airport on the VATSIM network. And we're going to be heading up to check out a very exciting new airport scenery that Impulse Simulations has been working on over the last couple of months now. And that is Alice Springs, near to, of course, Uluru, Big Red Rock. Situated in the Northern Territories, pretty much a fairly isolated location actually, to be fair. And it's going to be around about 2 hours 45 minute flight time for us today out of Canberra. In the A320. Good selection of aircraft with us at the moment. The weird Asobo blob thing is supposedly a Velocity Virgin Australia Embraer, which is not in any model matching, AIG nor FSLTL, hence why it's done a weird thing. Got a few guys flying along though. I can see an Osprey retro tail there as well, and the first time actually visiting Canberra too, which is very exciting. Another Impulse Simulations scenery, which looks pretty good performance wise as well on my PC. Very nice too. Dwyle, hello to you. Badger, David A, Ian, good evening to you in Australia, and David, hello to you as well. David too. Good to see you guys all tuning in. Impulse Simulations is in the chat too, so welcome to you as well. Thanks for all your work developing some really nice payware sceneries. This one, by the way, Canberra, is already available on Orbex. So you can purchase it and download this one already. It's been out for a few months already. We're going to be departing with a little bit of a tailwind today. Tailwind of about 4 knots or so. Certainly within limits, or 3 knots for tailwind. But we'll have a look as that weather refreshes and changes, departing on runway 35. Call sign, Osprey 165 Bravo. Lazaros, Kalispera. Alberto, good morning. Mike, hello. Matthew, 2, and Ashton. Justin Call is the Embraer. Yeah, model matching doesn't pick it up, sadly. I would change it, but I'd have to dig around all of the files to find the specific element, basically. So maybe we'll do that in cruise so that you appear as something better when we arrive. We're going to have a little look around Alice Springs when we do arrive. There's a few really special and unique features there that actually, if we spawn into a smaller aircraft, it may begin to kind of trigger a couple of events. So we're going to be exploring that scenery as we get closer. Tracking the flight on New Sky as well, and we are still about 20 minutes before pushback apparently. Loaded up already. Didn't end up loading with the total... Oh no, it's still loading the aircraft with passengers, but GSX has already done its thing and said that we've had boarding complete. So we're almost there. Alberto, amazing. Had his A320 simulator session yesterday. Unbelievably cool. Totally recommend it if you can. And Microsoft Flight Simulator has definitely helped you prepare. That's great to hear. So what did you do then in your A320 sim session, Alberto? Was it kind of circuit bashing or emergency procedures, or was it like a full flight from A to B? And they kind of throw a few things at you. We're waiting for loading to be done so we can think about our performance. But let's go through our flight plan for now anyway. So out of Canberra, fire up Navigraph. Throw a load of coal in the old fire. We're here on stand 7, I think. I might have to double check that though. Pushing and starting, facing south easterly towards runway 30 there, but we're going to be taxiing out of the apron across runway, actually no, hold on, sorry, there we go, 35, round the apron, down Bravo all the way to Papa to depart runway 35. On the left hand side you can see actually now we've got a 5 knot crosswind and a 1 knot tailwind. Akin, hello buddy, thank you very much. By the way, I've got some really nice ATR related special videos for you guys based on yesterday's live stream. Lots of requests for tutorials and things. I've actually spent about 5 total hours in the last 2 days recording it and editing most of them. So episode 1, 2 and 3 are going to all follow one after the next, covering everything from cold and dark all the way through to shutdown at the other end, with a couple of tips and tricks and tweaks and workarounds for some of the bugs that are currently present. Doc, hello to you as well, good evening. No ATR indeed. Departing runway 35. We're going to be heading out on the Avbeg 2 departure. Runway heading at 353 degrees. Well, actually initially flying runway heading, but quickly turning 353 degrees towards Vicky. Then 009, no correction, 321 degrees to Avbeg there, which is another 19 miles. Climbing up to our cruise altitude today of flight level 360. Transition altitude here is 10,000 feet in Australia. Our routing though, if we go to high VFR, it's very cool. Out of Canberra, heading north-northwest up to the Northern Territories, past YCBA Cobar, Mumba, all the way to Alice Springs, and Uluru, or Ayers Rock, is there. Ayers Rock will not be the answer for the question that we will be asking later on today, by the way. To do that, bear that in mind. Not that you know what the question is yet. And then we're going to go direct to Baseb for the RNAV approach. We're expecting RNAV Zulu runway 30 at the moment. As you can see on the left of the screen, RNAV Zulu runway 30 Baseb transition. But we will check this a little closer to our arrival. How are we doing? Boarding complete, happy days. So we're going to grab a pen. We're going to note down the zero fuel weight in this. Zero fuel weight 52.669. So we can round that to 52.7. And 30.10 fuel weight centre of gravity, giving us a gross weight of 64.8 rounded and 27.2 Mach GW. Ground services, things like GPU are still connected, so let's fire up the APU. Well, base B, there we go, thanks. You know what I mean. QNH 1021 for our takeoff. FMGC. Let's go back to flight plan actually on that number 2 there. We'll wait for the APU to fire up, turn the seatbelt signs on as well. Demand that the passengers sit down in their seats, fasten their seatbelts. And wait for this to say available. Happy days. AP bleed on. External power off. Let's clear the Jeep. Jeez, there we go. Fat fingers. Clear the GPU. Heart brake set, so let's clear the chocks. Jetty's zipped off out of the way. And in our init page, init A, init B, zero fuel weight 52.7, 30.1. Block fuel is going to be on our flight plan, and we want 12.134. Haha. 12.1. That's a bit better. Ah, Keish, hello. Feels like a while since we've seen the A320 on this channel. Yeah, you know what? I've had nothing but problems with it, and I'm finding the longer we wait for version 2 of the Fenix, the more issues we get. For example, if for whatever reason I press the escape key now to go to the menu, those throttles jam to toga and will not move back, and it will result in you having to restart the flight. There's no other way around that. Yeah, landing and all that other stuff as well. I don't know why the MCDU took that. It's really weird actually. It shouldn't. It just said, it should have said not allowed. So there's something that I don't think has maybe been noticed before in the Fenix. And then our performance. Why don't you use the Flyby A320 Neo then? I do more often than the Fenix actually these days now, which is crazy to think about it. Runway 35, surface dry, flap config. We'll go optimum first to see what it gives us. Anti-ice off, packs on. Sync the final winds, calculate, see what it gives us. There we are. So V1 135. Rotate at 140 knots. V2 is 140 as well. No shift. We're going to go flaps 1 up 0.3. Flex 65, and it's saying 2870, 2870, 2870. Matthew, hello, welcome. David says, I'm assuming you're in the Fenix as well. I haven't gone anywhere and I've got hot brakes. Jeez. That's not good. It begins 2870, 2870. Transition altitude there, we discussed that already, that's 10,000. Yeah, Critic, so the Fenix is worth it, but at the same time too many problems are becoming apparent with it, and for some people, including myself, I'm actually finding it more and more unstable, to the point where sometimes it's even unusable. So for example as well, I have to keep the Fenix program running in the background, because if I close it, it will crash out and the whole aeroplane will then just switch off, which is frankly crap and shouldn't happen, but it does. Even after a reinstall and everything else, it just doesn't want to go into the .exe file for me. But I've tried so many things to get it to work, to the point where I've kind of given up with it. Approach page, we'll ditch that for now. AS, likely we're not going to be flying to that one. VOR's auto-tuned, fuel predictions are in, birth page is ready, frequencies, so predictive wind shear, GCS multiscan set to automatic, that's set to 2000, rudder trim set neutral, park brake is engaged, flight decks closed and doors locked, QNH set, FCP set, APUs available, ground equipment is clear, and the chocks have been removed as well. Impulse Wow says, my Fenix app sometimes uses 97% of my CPU. Good grief, that's insane. That is absolutely insane.
Canberra traffic, Osprey Airways is taxiing from 35 via Charlie.
You can see him taxiing off in the background over there.
And hold short runway 35 via Foxtrot, Canberra.
So today, of course, a lot of you are tuning in, potentially for the giveaway. We're going to be giving away 2 copies of the new Impulse Simulations Alice Springs scenery, releasing at some point in the next month or so for Microsoft Flight Simulator. There goes David on the call. So 2 winners will be picked today throughout the stream, both most likely at the end of today's live stream. Maybe one in the middle, one at the end. Haven't quite decided yet. Keep you guys on your toes. And post-release, you guys will then be given those copies on the release of the scenery. Let's have a look at our messages. We want to just accept some of these load sheets. Alberto, I appreciate that. Rab, epic. No more crash to desktops for you, buddy. Hopefully not. GSX. Prep for push. By the way, for the ATR, there is a workaround when it comes to trying to get GSX to recognise hotel mode. Now, I'm going to discuss that in episode 2 of my tutorial until it's patched as a bit of a workaround.
We are ready for pushback.
B. Kobe says he finds the Fenix stutters a lot for him. Oh, Rab, that's not good. Have you done like the disk cleanup stuff that was on the forums a little while ago? Ground pins inserted. Ashvin, welcome. Pop the beacon lights on. All the other lights and signs are all set as required. We've got no whites on the overhead. And we're going to have nose left, tail right. Kevin, no. All quiet still. They just say version 2 is progressing most of the time. Which is fine for those people that can still reliably use it. Half the problem, I think, runs to the fact that they run it through their stupid app outside of the sim, which I've always hated since release. Even though I do really like the Fenix. I do like the Fenix. It comes across sometimes perhaps that I criticise it a lot, but it's because I find the experience more and more frustrating all the time. Beautiful Canberra scenery though from Impulse Simulations. Really quite nice. Canberra traffic, Osprey 165 Alpha stand 7, push start facing east. Canberra traffic. Here we go. So, ignition mode start. Power to the FADEX, that's all good. And engine 2 start.
Canberra traffic, Osprey over 8. Yes,
I hope so, Impulse, otherwise it's going to be an interesting stream. Oh, I do worry about this sort of stuff.
Canberra traffic, Osprey 490.
Flying an unreliable aeroplane.
35, we're departing to the north-northeast at correction northwest.
It is exciting to be flying back in here though, to be fair, it's I'm looking forward to it. Critics is for low-end PC users, just change the display quality back to balanced performance and rendering to GPU. Oh, brilliant, okay. We just stop in here then.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start.
Goddamn GSX. Ah. Starters we need to go on, eh? Oh dear. Carl says, where are we? Where are we going? So we are at Canberra at the moment, in Australia, and we're going to be off to the new Alice Springs Airport, releasing soon from Impulse Simulations. Both airports are Impulse Sim airport sceneries, both payware. Well, we tried to get David on the rotation there. I thought I did Impulse Simulations, but perhaps not. I'm sure I've got a custom one though. It doesn't matter anyway, it's all good. So, engine 1 and 2 both on. We're going to pop auto brake on maximum as we're staring at that. We're going to arm the ground spoilers. Ignition mode norm, flaps 1 plus F. Overhead panel. Taxi lights on, looking at the rest, no warnings. FCP still set and checked.
Canberra traffic, Osprey 490 is airborne, passing 3500, departing to the northwest.
APU off. He hates that word. Loki's saying hello to you all. Canberra traffic, Osprey 165 Alpha's taxiing down the ramp to Bravo, hold point runway 35, Canberra. Going to do quick control surface checks with rudders. Back to centre, right, all the way left on the stick. Checking the aileron deflections on the centre display there for the flight controls. All the way right, back to centre and pitch. Back to centre. Little bit of power. Forwards on the stick, back to centre.
Canberra traffic, Osprey 2472, we'll push and start from stand 12 facing south.
There's a good question for you all from AJ Finale in the chat.
Canberra traffic.
Not including all of the planes in development already. I've got some weird behaviour with my Tobii eye tracker these days. Let's see if that's fixed it. No, we're looking ever so slightly towards the left. Not including all of the aeroplanes in development, including the A330 and the 777. What is the one plane that you want to see the most? It's a very good question, actually. What's the one that's not in development that I want to see the most? A350. Matthew says there was a driver update for the Tobii eye tracker recently. Interesting. Do let me know on Discord so I can dig that one out, because I clearly haven't noticed that. Gotcha. Bingo. Off he goes. Look at that. Beautiful. Flight Sim's best virtual airline livery. A350 in development. It is, but then I think it isn't, if that makes sense. There's so little progress from it that I kind of just feel like it's not being built. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm being overly cynical. 767-300 would be great too. Yeah, I think I'm the same as David really. Most of the aircraft that I really want to see, like the 757, the 777, the 747 from PMDG, that sort of thing, is already in development. Rudder trim is set neutral, flaps all good, takeoff configs green, and we've briefed for our departure. Look at that. Stunning. Sondre, hello. It is. It's in the marketplace. The PMDG 737-800 as well, I think. Boating Alloy, welcome. Critics excited for the Bluebird 757 as well. And the A380. Zemo Gaming says I'm using FSLTL and I don't always get all of the aircraft displayed. Sometimes there's only a beacon light visible. Is there any solution? I don't think there is, to be honest, buddy. That's really nice. Look at that, guys. This is fantastic scenery. Really quite good. Philip's got a question for Impulse Simulation, though, saying for him, any quick thoughts on why Canberra scenery doesn't show in the sim? He's installed it through Orbex Central and shows installed in the Content Manager. Milviz, the Dash 8, isn't it? Or Blackbird Simulations as it is now. Look at that, Qantas 727 being worked on in the hangar there. How epic is that? And the glass textures on that hangar are really nice. Flying Bulgaria Air, hello, welcome. We are indeed on Volante, yes buddy.
Canberra traffic,
Great spot. I do love the sounds in the Fenix, they are very good. Better get back on that centre line. 717, thanks Andy. November.
Canberra traffic, Quebec Yankee citation longitude, taxis
Takeoff
runway
shift to 400 to 600.
35, departure will be to the
So
north.
just a little change in data
And
here,
we'll
because
be
we're going to line up by
entering,
November
1230
instead. We won't use all
for
of the
backtrack
runway.
taxi.
Canberra traffic, Osprey 2472. My apologies. My pushback crew obviously work for Qantas and have pushed me completely sideways. I will be moving momentarily. Canberra traffic.
Oh dear. Jeez.
Canberra traffic, velocity 581, taxiing to the November holding point for runway 35 via Bravo.
Here we go. Savage indeed. Canberra traffic, Osprey 165 Alpha is lining up by November runway 35. Taking off Beg to departure, Canberra. So what have we got here?
Canberra
Position
traffic,
update, that's all good, green,
is
that's
back
all set.
taxiing straight and is taxiing by the apron and Bravo to runway 35. Canberra traffic.
There we go. So hopefully you guys, depending on your internet, should be able to be watching this in 2K, 60 frames per second. So you should be able to see all of this scenery in some beautiful, beautiful level of detail. We want controls visualizer. We're ready to go. So just going to swivel this around a little bit, just so we can see the airport in the distance as we depart in a moment. Make sure the horizon is level, and then bar brake off, stick forwards in the Airbus. On the bottom left you can see my control visualizer if you are tuning in for the first time. Setting 40%, brakes off. 2 clicks, flex, SRS, runway. Speeds alive. Through 80 knots, begin to relieve that nose wheel pressure.
Canberra traffic, Osprey 2472 is entering the runway 35 via November and expecting
You are rotate.
the Beg to departure. Canberra traffic.
Positive rate, gear up. Staring at the flight directors now, and it already wants a slight right hand turn, so out we go. Let's clear that. Oh look, there's an IKEA, how epic. Should have thrown in a table before I left. Autopilot 1 engage. All the brakes already off, thrust lever climb. Set. Accelerating, we can pop the runway turn off lights off. And we're avoiding this bit of terrain here, look. Should be around 180 knots now. That is absolutely spectacular, isn't it? Tim, hello buddy, welcome. Cool, the terrain there as well is just wonderful. There goes flaps and slats.
Canberra traffic, Osprey 2472 rolling, runway 35. Canberra traffic.
I hope I've got this question correct. Otherwise I'm going to be absolutely destroyed when you guys see it. Let's launch the giveaway.
Canberra traffic, Sierra Quebec, Yankee lining up runway 35 behind the departing traffic.
So, the terms and conditions are in the description for today's live stream. Giveaways courtesy of the guys at TCAS, naughty naughty. The guys at Impulse Simulations, spoilers disarms. And there are 2 copies available to be won. All you've got to do is make sure you've subscribed to the channel. And I don't know, what do you guys think? Would you like to give 1 copy of Canberra away too? Impulse is saying there. What do you think, guys? Yes or no? Quickly, you help decide in the live chat. And if that's the case, then we'll do 3 prizes or 2 for Alice Springs. So 2 prizes in total or 3 prizes in total. There we go. That's good enough for me. Right, yeah, let's throw it in then. So we've got 3 prizes to give away then. We're going to give away an an Alice Springs scenery copy, followed by a copy of Canberra for whoever gets drawn as a 2nd winner, and then the 3rd winner.
Cam traffic, Osprey 247.
Alice
Everyone
Springs.
passing 5,600
So
feet
3
and
total prizes
departing
today,
on
courtesy of
the
Impulse
Big
Simulations.
departure. Canberra traffic.
That's not the question though. Through transition and landing lights off. So let's fire the question up then for you guys. Seatbelt signs. That one off. So the question is this. There's a big rock known as Ayers Rock near to Alice Springs, but it's also known as something else globally. What I want to know is, what is it known as? Pop your answer into the live chat after you've subscribed, and Nightbot is there monitoring the channel to take any eligible entries in. Big one here is make sure you only enter 1 time, otherwise it will trigger the spam protection and rank you as an ineligible entry, so do be careful there, only put your answer in once. And don't forget as well, voluntary of course as always. Make sure you press the little like button as well. Standard pressure, crew climb speeds are now achieved, flight level 130, 36 is set. And that's all set nicely too. So we just monitoring this. We've got an aeroplane going across us there on VATSIM. Where's Goldbum flying Bulgaria Air? Also, tomorrow we're going to be flying the ATR again. Going to give that another go. We haven't yet decided a route that we're going to be using. For those of you who are channel members in the live chat, we are mentioning it, talking about it inside the Discord server as well. So make sure you have your say, try and help decide what we're going to do. And hopefully by the time we arrive at Alice Springs it will be decided. It's all in the route boat section. But I do need some help deciding on a route there as well. Rab, yeah, try and remove FSLTL as well, buddy. It might be one of those, perhaps. Ashley, hello, buddy, as well. Welcome. Flight Tim Sim. G'day. I think people have had crash test stops with FSLTL before, so make sure it is up to date, Rab. There was an update the other day actually for FSLTL, so it's worth having a little look and make sure that you've got the latest version for it. There we are. There's very little to see down below in a moment as we climb northwesterly. There's the question. E-Hawk, that sounds really nice. Bora Bora. How are we doing in the climb? Oh, look at that contrail. Jeez. They're literally all the way across the screen. That's pretty cool. As always, we're flying along on Volanta as well, so we're using that for A, the overlay, B, for the screenshots, rather juicy screenshots, and C, so we can see who's flying along. Up front we got Badger, followed by David, Osprey 490, who we saw take off as we pushed, Osprey 458, then ourselves. Then we got Ian as well, Osprey 2472, and Seared land behind in a Cessna 208. My goodness. Philip there as well, on standstill. Wow, we've got loads flying along. This is great. Justin Cool, Velocity 298, Velocity 581 in the 737-800. Bjorn, Osprey 344. And yeah, Philip, that's epic. Good little turnout for a midweek stream. The aircraft that we just saw heading across us was Qantas 652 off to Sydney, out of Perth in the 737-800. So he's just crossed left to right ahead of us. That's who the contrail was that we saw. Marwan, welcome. Great to have you on board. Thanks for subscribing, buddy. Hayden as well, same to you. Welcome on board. I was asked a lot yesterday about the ATR tutorials, so I've been smashing away, working really hard. I recorded a whole load of aircraft bits and bobs last night for a tutorial for the ATR, and then when I landed at the destination at the end of the into the recording, I may or may not have had a drink, but effectively I realised that Navigraph had been up the entire time on approach. Which meant I had to get up extra early this morning and start again. So I've re-recorded the entire thing from 7 AM this morning through to about 9 o'clock. Got first episode uploaded, ready to go. Second episode is now edited and rendered and ready. That just needs to be uploaded onto YouTube and prepped. And then episode 3 will take you through descent and landing, flying an ILS approach with the ATR. So trying to find the common themes and requests for the tutorials with the ATR to help people learn it a little bit better. Pretty much, yeah. I want to stop by in Adelaide. Is Adelaide done by Impulse Simulations as well? I think it is, isn't it? Marwan, so the giveaway is for the new Alice Springs Airport scenery by Impulse Simulations. They've generously given us an extra copy to give away as well today. So we've got 2 Alice Springs Airport sceneries by Impulse Simulations in this preview today. We're going to be giving away. And now, as a bonus, their Canberra Airport scenery as well, as a third prize for today's giveaway. Very generous indeed, thank you very much. About 3 hours Chopper's channel. We've not flown into Adelaide for a little while, have we, Ian, actually? Back in the days of my old computer. So that was only a month and a half ago at least, when we switched to the new rig. Which is working remarkably well, folks. Now it means that I can give you guys tutorials for things like the ATR in 4K. So you get a whole extra load of detail inside the videos that I'll be creating going forward, and they take a lot less time to render as well. "25,000 feet. Those of you who didn't see the stream from the other day when we last visited Australia in the sim, we have we previewed. Did we preview it? I don't think we did actually. Was it a preview? I can't remember. Hamilton Island by AU Scene. I think it was a preview, you know. We ended up flying out of Brisbane with some of the most spectacular scenery I have ever seen in a flight sim. Hamilton Island was pretty magical, to be fair. B. Kobe says, "Isn't Adelaide one of the older payware airports from Impulse?" I think it was one of the first ones that they ever released for the sim, actually. Impulse Simulations is in the chat, so they might correct me there if I'm wrong, of course. And every 7 to 8 minutes, or 7 to 10 minutes, the giveaway question will pop into the live chat as a reminder for you guys. David's saying, "Are we landing on runway 12 at Alice?" I was planning on runway 30. Winds are shown 0 degrees at the moment and 0 knots, so basically wind's calm. I was going to look at landing on 30. It's a very interesting airport, Alice Springs, home of the Royal Flying Doctors Service, I think it's called. We've got a livery actually for that, for the King Air, amongst some other aircraft as well, like the Longitude, I think it is, Impulse, and a few others to go and have a little look at throughout today's flight. So when we do arrive into Alice Springs, we'll watch a couple of touchdowns, and then I need to go into the menu and then zip out into a King Air or an SR22 or something like that, so we can have a look at how some of the scenery items interact with various aircraft depending on wingspan. There we go, Longitude, TBM 930, King Air and the CJ4. The question there would be then, Impulse Simulations, is are those liveries going to be included in the release package, or are they going to be included as separate downloads from, say, your website or somewhere else? Reed says, "Is it a night landing?" No, to be fair, that's the sim playing silly buggers with the times. So we're going to have to wind the times back a little bit to try and fight the sunset. It also allows us to see an area of Australia that we have never flown over before, to be fair. Ashton, it's great, isn't it, for a weekday? Appreciate all of you guys flying along with me as well. I know sometimes when we do these Those of you who fly along end up flying into default airport sceneries. So I do appreciate you guys taking part. It makes it a lot more enjoyable for me as well. I get to watch some juicy landings after we arrive. Toolbar name, iFlySim Pilot. That's Flow Pro from Parallel 42. You could buy that via Orbex as well. It then gives you the opportunity to have things like custom widgets like SimBrief OFP. So you can load that into the screen. Great if you're using things like VR headsets and you want to have all your SimBrief stuff displayed in front of you without leaving the sim. That's quite snazzy. It also allows you to set, depending on the aircraft, certain toggles and buttons. So gear up could be a button there, for example, or a tile as it's also I think called. The landing rate widget is on flightsim.to. That's really good. So when you see the little landing rate pop up on the top left on arrivals during live streams, that's what that means. And GSX integration is really good too, along with that VATSIMATIS widget. All really, really good to have. And yeah, as of last night, Flow got a little update. Kobe, me too. Melbourne would be great to have in the sim, wouldn't it? Sometimes it's worth the wait. That's the thing. Great Lord Doofus. No worries, buddy. Thank you for tuning in. Do catch the replay as well. I appreciate for those of you in Australia, it is quite late in the evening for you. And yeah, you just answer the question once in the live chat, Marwan, to enter, and then Nightbot will take your entry and it will hold it ready for the draw. Make sure you only enter the one time though, and then your entry will be valid for all 3 giveaways that will roll throughout today. Impulsive, I think it'll be about 1 AM, my god. I should have done this on a Friday night, shouldn't I, for you guys? What is it today? Thursday, whoops. Have a long weekend. So, yeah, every now and again you'll hear a little ping perhaps in my phone in the background on the microphone. I'm having a conversation with Hans Hartmann at the moment, who developed the ATR, because from yesterday's live stream we've been able to identify a number of bugs that wasn't picked up on in the beta testing of the aircraft originally prior to its release. So basically at the minute we're trying to work together to identify some of the bugs that might not have been noticed yet, in order to kind of try and troubleshoot them, but also help create fixes for them as well. So Hans has been really active trying to get the ATR sorted out, with the major bugs being addressed first, followed by the smaller quality of life improvements. I still can't get my head around the price of the ATR. It's insane. £16 it was in the end. But I ended up paying full price. I fell foul of the little bug with the market price. Yeah, as you say, Hawk, a little bit more polish would be good. There is a bug, for example, with turnarounds, and I've kind of said that's one of the key things with this aeroplane is the fact that you're going to be operating it with turnarounds. You're not going to do necessarily one little leg and then zip one way and then bin the flights off. You might, especially because it is a regional hopper aircraft, you might then turn around and fly a separate leg somewhere else, or you might fly back another 30-40 minutes back to where you left originally. So it's designed for multiple short hops. There is a bug with the condition lever where when you land, so if, say for example you're flying airport A to airport B like we did yesterday, and then you're going to turn around and fly either back or onwards somewhere else, the engine condition bugs out and it almost doesn't. It's as if it doesn't recognise it needs to go back to 100% power for a secondary takeoff. But because we had that issue yesterday taking off out of Chios, and we just about cleared the trees, somebody sent it as a bug capture, and it's being investigated rapidly. Automator said in the dev stream last month, they said that there would be a freighter variant for the ATR, which is missing. Interesting. Flight Tim, nice one, buddy. I kind of left it because I thought for £16 anyway, the money would go into further development of the sim. So I figured at least it's going to something I enjoy. It'd be interesting to know where the freighter variant has gone then. If that's the case, have a little Osprey World Cargo ATR livery. Impulse says he saw someone using the freighter yesterday. Was that just a freighter livery though, where they painted over the windows and things, or was it something else? Already tons of liveries for the ATR on flightsim.to. Alex, my first name's Luke. Yeah, I do wonder, E-Hawk, but it also doesn't fill me with massive confidence. They've gone for that. Like I said yesterday, I feel like it's been dubbed Expert Series for those of you flying on Xbox, which is a very different experience to those of us using MSFS on a PC. So I think that's maybe where the confusion of the Marketing Expert Series name has come from. It's like a marketing term that makes it sound high fidelity to people perhaps on Xbox that can't get, or at least until now couldn't get, those high fidelity aircraft like the 737 from PMDG. Have you noticed though, Rab, saying their Expert isn't the best name? They uploaded a video, I think it's one of their kind of convoluted tutorials for the aeroplane, overnight, and all of a sudden it's being dubbed Discovery Series. So it's like they can't agree on what to name it, or what level to name that ATR at. But you know, it's a Microsoft product. I suppose they'll figure it out at some point. They'll have contracted hands to make a certain thing to a certain level, and that'll be it. Justin, hello buddy, evening from Perth. Thanks for tuning in. Oh, definitely Flight Sim. Yeah, for the next Expert Series aircraft, whatever that might be, whenever that comes, it will be interesting. We obviously don't want to have that fault again, do we? With people paying full price when there's supposedly meant to be a discount applied. Rab says we really need an up-to-date manual for the ATR. I think we would struggle to get one though, because it's been packaged as a Microsoft product. I don't know. I think to then distribute a manual for it, a proper ATR manual, it would need to be licensed from ATR, which will cost Microsoft more money. So I don't think that would be the sort of thing that we can probably expect. Perhaps I'm not certain. I'm not sure. Only time will tell, I guess. James saying the video said he took that to mean Discovery was the name of the video series. Possibly, yeah, that's a good shout. Sondre, yes, I think if it's in the marketplace and you can see the 737 in the marketplace from PMDG, then you'll be able to buy it. If you can, be nice. Hey, you know what? Stay up all the way through Friday. Have a long weekend when we eventually arrive at Alice Springs. I have whacked the cost index up as well, so we are burning fuel. I reckon we could probably go to Mach 80. There we go. The things I do for you guys to get an extra 5 minutes of sleep. Can you make an Osprey business jet? We've got one. We've got the Boeing Business Jet 2 Osprey Executive livery, painted by Damo Designs. Although I appreciate it's not a CJ4 or anything like that. At the minute, the focus is on painting some ATR liveries. So we've got an ATR 72 coming, as we saw yesterday, as a bit of a prototype of the livery, shown live for the first time yesterday, being worked on by Tapsy. We're going to eventually try and get an ATR 42-600 painted as well for the Osprey fleet, and Damo Designs, one of our livery creators for the fleet, is working on a beautiful Anzac livery for the ATR. It was an idea that I kind of come up with very quickly yesterday because it was Anzac Memorial Day. I think it was yesterday, wasn't it, actually? I'm going to have to Google that one now. It was 2 days ago, Tuesday, April 25th, Anzac Day. So with that in mind, it was the same day as the release. Yeah, of course it was. The kind of little light bulb went off, and I thought, well, how great would it be to have an ATR 72 livery with an Anzac scheme livery that we haven't really drawn up yet. We haven't worked out what it's going to look like, but we want there to be a really nice nod to the Australian and New Zealand community within the flight sim world. Certainly the community over there behind this channel as well, that, you know, all of you guys watching and staying up late, flying along, getting involved, and all that sort of stuff. I thought it would be a really lovely livery. Ashton says, what would you think of an Osprey Nordic style livery for Northern Ops, sort of similar to what Chewie has had? Perhaps that'll come about in the future. I'm not sure, actually, to be honest. It would be nice though. FlightSim says, exactly, great kudos that you are working closely to get the improvements with the ATR. Yeah, it's nothing to do with me, of course, but yeah, we're all part of the same. We're all part of the same community, effectively. Even though I'm content creating and I'm doing live streams, all that sort of stuff, but those of you who've watched for a while know I do things differently.
Good evening from Australia.
Adam, hello buddy, thanks for the super chat, very generous of you, appreciate the support. Good evening to you. Yeah, I try and do things differently, and I try and spend a lot of time as well behind the scenes chipping into things and trying to help either bug fix or, you know, when the channel started, for example, spent 1.5 years QA testing hard for the fly-by-wire A320X, all the way from that very first pull request of the seatbelt sign being animated. So I was involved very early on with that. Did a 1.5 years of QA testing for that to help them out. And I enjoy it. Giving back as best as I can, effectively, that's what it is. We're all part of the same community after all. Justin, it is behaving itself for now, though I daren't jinx it. Of course, Aaron's asking, does the MD-88 just use MD-82 liveries? Sorry if it's a daft question. You know what? I'm not entirely sure, Aaron. I find that very confusing. I downloaded the other day an MD-83 livery, but it only showed us an MD-82. And yeah, I think it depends how the livery creator gets the file set up. Otherwise it all bugs out and gets a bit weird. Justin said Backpack did an Anzac tribute day, Sydney to Melbourne, or Sydney and Melbourne to Christchurch. That's a cool route, actually. That's a very nice route. Davide saying, I'm considering buying some airports in Australia, but I'm quite unsure because I prefer those 60 to 90 minute flights. You could have a little look at things like Brisbane. Hamilton Island is beautiful, stunning. Mackie as well, very small airports dotted around. Hobart as well, I think, is one, isn't it? So instead of the major airports, Davide, you could maybe look at some of the smaller ones, have shorter, smaller hops perhaps. Fly Tampa's Sydney is fantastic. It's a remarkably good airport scenery as well. Sondre, I'm not sure why you can't buy the 737. Aiden says a weathered Virgin Australia repaint would be nice for the ATR. It will then allow us to connect lots of regional flights like Ballina and Coffs to Sydney and Canberra. How are the frames with the Fenix? We are at cruise at 62 frames per second in 4K, which is where we've got the sim capped at as a maximum. Oh, Sondre, yeah, it says when I try to buy it, it says only on PC. Yeah, that means that if you're on Xbox, you need to hold off and wait. Robbie's asking, is anyone looking at YBCG with surface skylines and surrounds? Would be an excellent scenery. There you go, AJ Finani there saying nice and clear in the chat. Thanks for clarifying. The PMDG 737 is not currently available for Xbox in the marketplace. Justin says he'd loved some more scheduled flights for Osprey in Australia via New Sky. We will try. Again, it depends on how active people are going to be within Osprey for those flights. If, for example, we add all these extra airports, they incur daily fees and it ends up racking up the costs quite considerably to the point where we actually can't sort of keep a profit or break even on the financial side of the economy model. How is Osprey air tracking? When we land, I'll show you guys New Sky, because if you're in flight and you fiddle around with it, it can bug out a little bit. So I'll try and dig into the finances. I'll show you guys using the New Sky program, the app, how it's all really working. The remarkable scenery below, kind of scorched earth, farms, that sort of thing. You know, no cities or anything visible. I've never flown in this section of Australia before. Automator, that's a good question. It's going to be a new feature coming soon. Saying there, does New Sky allow charter flights where you can fly custom routes? So yeah, by summer they're hoping to have charter active maybe June time. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what it's going to look like or consist of though yet, but it could be quite interesting. Sandra, I'm not sure, to be honest. It all depends on Microsoft and their release schedule, how they package and test everything, get it all ready on the marketplace. It's a bit of a mystery, to be honest, at the moment. That's not good, Rab. There's got to be something that helps you. Dollar Dog says we call that scorched earth down under scrub. Sunny and Yan, hello buddies, welcome. Dan says with your 4090, are you running Hags? DirectX 12 and frame generation? Yes. And TAA. So there's a lot of people that think I'm running the 4090 with the ultra graphics settings with DLSS 3. I find DLSS does wash out a lot of displays and things still, a little bit fuzzy, a bit blurry. So TAA is the one that we are using with the 4090, in addition to frame generation being on, DirectX 12 and Hags hardware accelerated graphics settings, I think it is. But more importantly, Dan, as well, I've got the sim capped at 62 frames per second. It doesn't need to chase above that, so it does allow a little bit of respite for the graphics card at times too. Marco, sure, I am going to be working on a video for all of my settings with the new rig, because I know some of you are updating to the mega powerful rigs and systems, including sort of similar spec to what I now am able to run. So I'm going to work at a little bit of a video to show you guys what I'm running the system on at the moment, at least. So if you do get something similar, you've got somewhere to start. Jeff, epic, good stuff. Tim as well, saying his 4070 is on the same deal, works excellent. Matthew, one of our channel members as well, yesterday has got a 4090, and that's exceptionally good, he said. Jan says, did you get the ATR from the MSFS marketplace? Yes, it's the only place to buy it. Effectively, it's the only place you can buy it. If you've got Premium Deluxe, it'll work out at about £10 or $15 US roughly. And is it worth it? Is the next question. Absolutely, really good fun. Really, really good fun. There's an update coming for it soon. It's going to fix a couple of bugs with VNAV and the FMS. So hopefully it's going to just keep improving. Alex, I assume you mean cracked aircraft. I think that's a pretty disgraceful practice that a kind of darker corner of the community like to do. When you think about it, you look at, say, for example, the same applies to cracked or ripped scenery, payware sceneries as well. A lot of these developers, a lot of the developers behind aircraft and add-ons, a lot of them are trying to run their own business, and there'll be one or two people involved in that. And if they sell something for, say, £12 or 30 quid, or say on the lines of PMDG where there's a handful of staff, and they're selling, say, a 737 for £40, I think it is on us to respect the effort and the work that they've put into making these products for our enjoyment, and we pay for them legally and rightly. I think it's pretty disgraceful to kind of rip stuff and all that sort of thing. I think it's a fairly disgraceful practice, to be honest. You take some of the developers who are literally a one-person team, and then they find their add-on ripped and uploaded elsewhere for free. I can only imagine that is really disheartening and quite disappointing for them. And eventually, what that'll then do is make them stop. So eventually, some of those developers will just give up because they'll think, this is a battle I can't win, what's the point? What's doubly disgusting, I mean, it seems that's a bit of a topic that's been raised. What's doubly disgusting is the fact that some of these websites that crack and rip stuff have they have the ability to make money from re-uploading and distributing these cracked products. They don't even give that to the developers as a compensation. It's they're just trying to make money, and in doing so, ripping a number of people up. Kobe saying, will you fly long haul when the Aerosoft A330 comes out? Absolutely. Maybe a mid haul rather than a long haul. Sabres, there's a question I haven't asked actually, because I mean, ultimately the SimBrief downloader doesn't add the destination airport to the flight plan in the ATR because we're using a CRJ flight plan import for the ATR. We're trying to trick it into working, so that's why I actively avoid that sort of stuff anyway. Yeah, Badger, it's theft. Cracked stuff. It is fundamentally theft, which is a criminal offence. Carlos, that's mad. I wouldn't even know that would even be possible. I'm sure they probably didn't think it'd be possible, to be fair. Impulse Simulation saying that they're a two-person team and it's heartbreaking when that stuff happens. I can imagine. I remember when Mako Simulations had his products ripped and cracked, put online, and he spent a lot of time and effort trying to fight that. And now, where is he? He's kind of disappeared a little bit. So I'm wondering if maybe has he given up because of it being a relentless battle, in which case we've potentially lost a fantastic developer. Because somebody can't be bothered to pay £9.99 for a Manchester airport scenery. Go figure. Madness, right? Dollar Dog says, depending on your route today, you should get the Simpson Desert to your right hand side. It's the 4th largest desert in Australia and it consists of red sand. That's pretty cool. Robbie, bang on. Yes. Hard work being the key descriptive there as well. I tried to, those of you who remember about 2 years ago, I tried to create a freeware denim aerodrome scenery. That took me 2 weeks to make a really, really basic, dare I say, fairly crappy freeware scenery for a tiny little airport as well, tiny little airfield. It took me 2 weeks of constant work. Yeah, Lazarus saying the same thing. Mako Simulations had an interesting way of getting around it though. He was able to install, so basically when you download the package via the Mako Sim installer, it bakes your order number into the scenery somewhere, and what he's then able to do is go and find that when he finds his product's been ripped, and he can see exactly who made that order, and then he bans them from ever using Mako Sim products again, which is quite a good way of doing it, but again it requires a lot of effort to fight that fight. for the sake of $9.99. Willie, yeah, there are some GSX profiles for the ATR on flightsim.to. Hopefully we won't be waiting too long for an actual update from GSX themselves to support the ATR properly. Anyone else know what happened with Mako Sim? Not heard much of the E-Hawks asking in the live chat. No, to be honest, I haven't noticed any updates from them. In fact, so I'm not entirely sure where he's gone. Again, it was a one-person team. Mako Simulations is one guy, but Birmingham certainly seems 3/4 finished. Sondre, usually every Thursday it's updated. Oh god, the Sobo are clowns. I just had a DM about a file that somebody may have found inside the ATR that a certain French game studio left a line in a system config file, which then has caused a bug in itself. Fantastic. Only a Sobo. That's a good job that is spotted. What are the chances? I'm at Amselo says Umberto said in Discord that he's working with Hans, the developer, on behalf of the Sobo for the ATR to fix some stuff in order to integrate it better with GSX. Thing to do with door controls on an encrypted marketplace product. Interesting. Absolutely Automator. Because it has to stay enjoyable for them as well. They've got to enjoy what they do to make fantastic products for us to then enjoy. I'm not sure, Steve, I've just asked. Flight Tim says I did a Manchester flight last night and for some reason the lighting looked tremendous following the recent MSFS update. Of course, that might be a placebo effect. I did the same thing last night actually. I flew into Manchester on recording number 1 for my ATR tutorials and it looked spectacular. I was actually quite impressed as well by the lighting. It was interesting you said the same thing. I had the same experience last night too and I was quite impressed. Willie says, I won't buy anything else from Black Box. The twin prop Islander is broke. They don't update it, just like the Kodiak has not been updated in a hot minute. I'm trying to think who's the Islander. It's the BN2 Islander, isn't it? Black Box. I'm trying to remember who the developer is for that. Altitude deviation, Steve. There we go, like the VNAV bug that we mentioned yesterday, where it kind of doesn't level off at your cruise altitude nicely. Distance. $721 nautical miles. Perhaps we all know to go to the Mako Simulations Discord server and show a little bit of love, bit of attention, maybe a very polite, positive push at maybe some updates for things like Birmingham to be finished and things. Wow, look at that. So currently that is the Darling River floodplain down below that we can see there. In South Australia. Well, actually no, I think we're still in New South Wales actually, in fact. Down there, it's very small airports like White Cliffs, Kester Park, Alandi, Renera, Wannaminterstadt, and the Alder Downs. Definitely not pronouncing half of them correctly, I'm sure. I'll wait for everybody to start shouting at me about the pronunciation again. It's huge, isn't it, Ashton? Alupommy, how did you find it? Flew a very short hop from Helsinki to Tallinn with the new ATR72. Indeed, Carl. And we've got some liveries for that too. We'll be having a little look at shortly when we do arrive. That is a wonderful landscape below though. Wonder what it looks like outside the aircraft. Let's find out. Mike, so there is no other option really unless you want a default Birmingham airport scenery. It is very good for what it is. Certainly it's $8.99 I think, Birmingham, Macca, Manchester. But similarly, things like the landside areas and all that haven't been completed, which is disappointing. That's remarkable there, isn't it? Wow. Stunning. I'm finding, exploring different parts of Australia very exciting, and I think that's the big red desert, isn't it, that somebody mentioned a moment ago? Willie, I'm just looking forward to version 2. It can't come any sooner. Too many bugs and weird behaviours that you get with the Fenix that frustrate me. We can have a beautiful flight like we're having now, and then at landing, when your wheels touch down, it would just swerve off the runway, or the reverse thrust doesn't work. You get all these stupid, unacceptable bugs and issues developing with it. It does ruin the experience somewhat. Giveaway question as a little bit of a reminder to you, if you are just tuning in, we're giving away 2 copies of the new Alice Springs Airport scenery coming soon from Impulse Simulations. And they've generously also today given us a 3rd copy, which is of their Canberra Airport scenery and a point of departure today to give away during the stream too. So 3 prizes to give away throughout the stream today. All you have to do is make sure you're subscribed and then answer the following question correctly. What is the famous rock named Ayers Rock near to Alice Springs, also known as globally? Justin says the inland taipan from Australia. Fist snake is the deadliest in the world and loves this territory. Wow. Yeah, the Poseidon's good, Alex, but that's also because it's a 737, so it'd be quite interesting, quite enjoyable to fly in the sim, to be fair. Danger noodles. The snakes down here are known as danger noodles in Australia. Never heard that before. My God, I don't even know. I wouldn't even know what that means without having to research it. David G, welcome. How you doing? ETP coming up, which is our sort of 50% journey marker. So that's our halfway point. So at that point, if we continue or turn back, both directions would take the same amount of time thereabouts. But the we've actually been slowed down substantially here by what is around a 50 knot headwind, which is slowing us down fairly substantially, to be fair. Hello Willie in California, welcome, good morning to you. Supposedly the kangaroos aren't too friendly either, Tim, to be fair. Why are they called danger noodles? Is it because there are usually like sort of 10 or 15 or 20 of them in a big bundle, all like slithering around on the ground? Dave says there's an excellent read about Quirky Down Under. It's called In a Sunburned Country by Bill Bryson. Have I seen pool noodles? No. Oh, those, yes. Yeah, the foamy long things. I thought you meant like waterborne snakes. If they bite you in Australia, you're likely to be very sick or die. Crikey. You're not selling it, guys. I think I'll stick to Mauritius. Ian's asking, have you guys read The Diary of a Pom Who Moves to Karratha? I'm assuming Karratha is a remote part of Australia, right? Kind of in the Northern Territories or something like that. If it kills you, you find it in Australia. I have heard that, to be fair. I thought anything 30 minutes north of Perth was pretty remote. I'm sure that's what somebody said the other day. You could be at the beach or in the outback within 30 minutes of Perth, or something like that. Because I was looking at potentially making the move with the other half out to Perth to chase some jobs. Ended up not bothering or not kind of taking the big plunge, but. At the same time though, Perth looks spectacular, really nice. I would love to visit Australia in real life one day, but the price is kind of the barrier really. Carl, no crocs in the southwest for him, the spiders saw them off. Probably bigger than most of the crocs as well, right? Aidan, hello buddy, welcome, very good, thank you. Hope you're well. Adam as well, hi. I mean, as we're saying here, it's a 3 and a bit hour flight, but we're covering a few nautical miles, of maybe 1,000 and a bit nautical miles today. if we look at Canberra, we look at Australia on Volanta rather, and we go to this kind of aspect ratio. Actually, let's fill Australia with the screen. So yeah, about there, right? Of course there is. There's a Concorde doing WOD to Sydney. If we now zip across to find little UK in the corner, there it is. That is the size of the UK. This very small little square in the corner. So actually we can kind of move it to there. The very top of Scotland is on the corner of Volanta. Now the very left is Ireland. If we include United Kingdom and Ireland as a whole, this very small little quadrant here, we then take that and apply that to Australia. That would fit into a very small part of Western Australia, and that's it. And it shows you how huge Australia actually is. I mean, the UK and Ireland's not much bigger than New Zealand, really, when you think about it. Most of this is outback and desert. It's insane. And our route today cuts all the way across into the centre of Australia at Alice Springs. I think it is sneaky, yeah. I think it uses the, is it Mercator map thing? I can't remember what it's called now. I remember it in my PPL manuals. One of the types of map creation, effectively, which distorts the north and south poles. There's an easier way to put it. Australia is 32 times bigger than the United Kingdom. Jeez. Mercator projection, there we go. I was close, I did remember. Well, he says, good thing I drink coffee. If I do drink tea, I make Southern Ice sweat tea or sweet tea. I'm not sure which. I don't even know what either of them are. Good morning, Delta Tango in Wisconsin. I'm going to have to Google now. What? Southern Ice sweat tea. I found Southern sweet tea. 5-star recipe. My God, that sounds complex. Sweet tea is not a glass of iced tea with a spoonful of sugar stirred in, rather it's steeped in large batches, sweetened whilst hot and then kept chilled in the fridge. That way it's always ready for an afternoon visitor or an easy cool down on a hot summer's day. Crikey. So you need 3 family-sized black tea bags, or 12 individual tea bags, 1 cup of granulated sugar, ice, fresh mint leaves or lemon slices. Boil the water, bring 4 cups of water to a boil in a small saucepan over a medium to high heat. Remove it from the heat and steep the tea for 5 minutes. Dunk it a few times to hydrate the tea bags, then leave it submerged with the strings hanging over the side of the pot. After 5 minutes, remove the bags and discard. Add the sugar to the tea and stir until completely dissolved, and pour the tea base into a pitcher. Top off the pitchers with water by adding 3 more quarts of water to the tea base to make a gallon of sweet tea and stir to combine. Refrigerate until very cold, ideally overnight, at least minimum for 4 hours, and then serve over ice with a sprig of mint or a slice of lemon. Wow. Don't even... I mean, it sounds great. I actually feel like I want to try it. Carl says, what happens when a huntsman spider appears in the cockpit at 34,000 feet? You set fire to everything. That's the only way. Alipomi's planning to do his first VATS in flight at the weekend. Any tips? Check out my tutorials if you've not done so already. There's a tip. Have a look at my VATSIM top tips video. There's another tip. And enjoy it would be the main tip as well. Shoe Dog, it's all about the sweat tea. Crikey, Willie. I would never come round to your house if you had a spider as a pet. Just in case one day it got out. No chance. It's like a weird blemish on the window there. Oh, there we go. It was literally the window pane being weird. Yes, charts and a pen and paper, Mike, as well. Definite. Tango says, update on the chaperone bus trip to New York City. We had a great time. Everyone came home exhausted, and I have COVID for the second time. Oh dear, that's not good. To be fair, it's a lot milder than it used to be. And I think the psychology behind COVID helps with the recovery as well. It's not that horrendously scary thing now that people get. It's become a little bit more normalised in society, hasn't it now? Almost akin to that of, let's say, like the flu or the common cold. And psychology of illness is quite important in medicine as well. Being able to sort of have in your mind that you will get over it and you'll be fine. Your body then, nothing is able to fight it a little bit better. I think I've had COVID now 4 or 5 times. Yeah, unless you've got asthma, my goodness. Rab says the plot thickens. I removed everything from your community folder and added them one at a time except for AIG and FSLT, and the sim is loading every time now. That's not good. So maybe it is one or the other. Dobberinas, hello to you. I'm a vaccine beginner as well, watched a lot of tutorials including ours here on the channel, then just took a leap of faith. Everyone was really nice to me, even when I made small mistakes. That's great to hear. And you know what, mistakes are there to be made. They're there to be made. Loadmaster Sean, hello buddy, thanks for the support mate. Joining us as a silver frequent flyer, great to have you with us. My God, Philip. I'd be mortified. Oh. Maybe having removed them and then getting the crash to desktops RAB has triggered the sim into maybe deleting some of the extra files that were lingering behind. Not sure. It would be worth maybe looking at scenery indexes as well and making sure you haven't got a rolling cache or anything like that in place. Maybe, I mean, I haven't had a rolling cache now for a long time. Simmer, no I haven't, but I am using, if you're on NVIDIA, you might want to roll back your driver back to the February NVIDIA driver, because a lot of them since have been remarkably unstable and causing lots of crash to desktops. With things like that, your graphics card has encountered an issue. Warnings on the crash to desktop. Willie, no, that's great. I think we should create a drink called Southern Sweat tea. Don't know what it would consist of though. TAA Ashton for me as well. DirectX 12, TAA, frame generation on. That's the holy grail for me. I've only got MSFS, Alex. Haven't got X-Plane at all, neither. X-Plane 11 nor X-Plane 12. Jayla says sweat tea should be the same as sweet tea, but rather a little bit more salty to resemble sweat. Sweat gin would be great, Mike. That'd be fantastic. I reckon we could create like a post-workout gin. With added electrolytes. Tanger says, I think all the talk about spiders in the flight deck making me feel more sick than the COVID. Reese boy saying the talk of sweat is making me feel more sick. I don't even know why we're talking about it, to be honest. Oh dear. Ah, crikey, Hayden, that's not good. One of my colleagues had COVID in the early days of COVID. When it had kind of first been recognised, and he was in intensive care for a long time, and is still not recovered properly, to the point where he's trying at the moment to be medically retired from our job. Afternoon TC, welcome. Yeah, Rab's still fighting the crash to desktops. Hope you get better soon, Hayden. Indeed, Simmer. Yes. Yeah, so Southern Sweat tea. I like that, Matthew. Southern Sweat tea is when you get your tea in a cup and you harness your inner spice jet pilot by balancing your hot drink on the fuel cut-off switches. Does anyone know what happened to those pilots in the end? I know the last when we actually discussed it after it had happened, they'd been suspended, hadn't they? Oh, Dan, sorry to hear that. They got fired, that's good to know. So they should have. Only just halfway. So let's have a little look. Where are we in the world? To be fair, let's go to world map. So out over Trundle and Tullamore, YCBA, which is Cobra. White Cliffs, we mentioned a minute ago, over the floodplains, and we just passed over Tibabura in NS, Australia. Mumba. And our routing is going to take us up towards Alice Springs there, right in the middle of Australia. Very remote airports around here, wow. If we have a look at the information on Navigraph on the weather tab, we can see the current METAR at Alice Springs. It's giving us winds calm, look, 000 effectively, or all the dashes showing us winds calm. Visibility all the 9s. Scattered cloud at 12,000 feet. Temperatures 19 degrees Celsius. The dew point plus 14 degrees Celsius. And the QNH 1018. Not bad. The terminal aerodrome forecast shows the wind kind of progressing to a 150 degrees at 8 knots Cav OK scenario. But that expires 1200 Zulu tomorrow. So it's unlikely to be the case when we arrive at Alice Springs in a short while. Certainly with the METAR as it is there. Couple of NOTANs. Weather balloons. Tethered weather balloon. And you can see there the runways. We were planning for runway 35, I think. Runway 30, there we go. So when we look at all of the different charts here at Alice Springs, runway length for runway 30 or alternatively runway 12, the longest of the two. It's kind of the only main runway at the airport, to be fair anyway. 2,438 meters. From there, Charlie or Delta, as we vacate, we're unlikely to reach Echo, and we're going to head towards the main apron area. We've got a GSX profile for Alice Springs as well, which I'm looking forward to seeing. Down here, south of the side of the runway, we've got the air park, a number of Singapore Airlines static A380s and things like that all parked up there. And then a very small remote area with a very narrow runway, in fact, as well. Some other flights. Up in the GA apron, we've got the Royal Flying Doctor Service. And there are hangars there as well. One of them is animated, linked to an event, which triggers if you taxi towards it. We will try and do that today, but it's also based on time. And there is also, depending on your time of day, on a Wednesday, a C-17 from, I think it was the Australian Air Force, might be wrong, will be present at Alice Springs, which is quite cool. So it kind of flies in on a Wednesday and flies back out again. That's really quite special. Kind of gives the airport a little bit of life to a scenery. And it means on a Wednesday you'll see something different than what you would do on a Tuesday. Hayden says he got something that's called heart failure, storing too many fluids on my body. My goodness, affecting your heart output. My mum's not got something too dissimilar. I think they're going down the line of something called chromatosis. Might be worth looking into that, Hayden. Effectively where the body absorbs too much iron and it then shuts down your liver, kidneys, heart, all that sort of stuff slowly over a period of time. Ashton says his flight plan generated runway 12 ILS. Mine too, actually, to be fair. But in fact, it seems that's come up as a bit of a topic. Let's bring it up on Navigraph. In the charts, procedures, no, information. Where is it? I'm trying to find it. I was looking at it earlier on. I swear I was literally looking at it. There was a whole tab that said noise abatement. Where'd it go? Actually, that was that was Canberra. So at Canberra there was a preferential runway system. I can't find one for here actually. One would assume runway 30 being straight in would be preferential for today anyway. But I can't see any mention of it anywhere really. Airport info. Oh, David, that's not good, buddy. He's had a crash to desktop. My God. Impulse Simulation saying the C-17 is part of the operations of Pine Gap, owned by the US Air Force. There are 2 proximity hangars as well, he says. RMP Zulu 30 is what we're kind of going for though. Coming in via base B. Straight in approach effectively. And it's an RMP approach, which we've not done in this for a little while. LNAV VNAV minimums of 2090. And if we did the LNAV only approach, it'd be 2160 instead. And there is a circling approach there as well. No circling north of the runway beyond 3 nautical miles it says. That's pretty cool. Cavo K says the C-17 comes every Tuesday to deliver supplies. That's pretty cool. So what supplies does it deliver then? Airport elevation there, 1,789 feet. The doctors have just ruled that out, Hayden. That's good to know. Yeah. Anti-spider spray and food for spider pets. There's enough of them. They would probably take a C-17 every week. I've been in a C-17 years and years ago out of Bryce Norton. Sat in the flight deck on the jump seat, and it was mind-blowing how good that aircraft is. My God, it handles like a small aeroplane. Remarkable bit of kit. One of the best military aircraft I've ever flown on. Quite remarkable. Not so comfortable in the back though, to be fair, but in the flight deck, just mind-blowing. We had a couple of bird strikes. We did a run and break at Bryce as well. Just so impressive. That headwind's really increased now. Partial crosswind though, but touching 253 at 89 knots. Let's go to Mach 8.1. Take a little bit more fuel out of the tanks. Burn a bit more fuel. Try and shave a couple more minutes off to fight that headwind. We had a high cost index because of the headwind today as well. C5, Willie, is epic. Says they've never got to ride in a C-17 but flown in a C5 a few times. My God, that's huge. C5 Galaxy, my God. Always packs, James. Say always, most of the time packs. Self-loading cargo, as it's also known. RNAV Zulu 30. And approach via base B. Insert. Discontinuity there, so if we look a little bit further into the plan routes, we've got there base B, followed by, where is it, AS, and a top of descent. So we could actually just clear AS and go direct to base B. Like so. And insert that to commit it. And instead we're going to go Kellogg to base Bravo for straight in approach. There we are. We don't need to worry about ILS frequencies for an RNAV approach. There are some VORs though at... There it is, at Alice Springs, 1159. We can manually tune that into VOR1 if we wish, just to help. We can set a course of 2907 if we end up having to fly a VOR approach, for example. That could be really useful. And you can see it already is tuned AS for Alice Springs. Cavo says, when is the Impulse Simulations Alice Springs releasing? At some point over the next couple of weeks. I think they mentioned at some point early next month. Being obviously the 27th of April at the moment, we are almost into May already. That's an epic trade role in the military, Willie. I'm sure you've been around the world, seen many things, and done your bit as well for the world too. No NDB, oh there is an NDB at Alice Springs actually, 335. Gotta pop that into ADF2 as well. Not that we were going to be using that today though. In the perf page we can zip down to approach. Transition level is actually flight level 100. Actually it's a different aeroplane. FL110 is fine in this. And the minimums that we mentioned earlier. 2090. Barrow set. All we then need to do is think about wind, temperature and QNH for the approach, and that is it. Yes, Birdman, yeah, we got final approach mode, or the RNAV approach active in the Fenix A320. I think it's in the experimental branch of the Flyby-Wire A320X, to be fair. I'm sure I've done an RNAV approach with it in the past. Captain Sam is asking, how do you enter the giveaway? So you've got to make sure you're subscribed to the channel first. Then you just need to answer one question correctly, and that is this. What is the famous rock near Alice Springs, also known as Ayers Rock, also known as globally? Hayden says the Hercules, the C-130, is awesome to be in. Jump seat for takeoff and landing. That's pretty cool. Dan says, did you check out the United Milk Run in the 737-800? Now with the new Oceania scenery, the atolls in the Marshall Islands are really cool, and they land on them throughout that flight ending into Guam. That's pretty cool actually. I've never checked that out yet. I think I do remember perhaps you or someone else mentioning that in the past. So perhaps we need to have a little look at that, to be fair. Might be a good one. But very briefly, from memory, if you do remember, Dan, how many hops and how many hours is it? Robbie says we've got to watch out for dingoes running down the runway, taipans under the seats, and drop bears outside the terminal. Drop bears, are they koalas? I'm gonna have to Google it again, aren't I? Fly Tim's got post-COVID syndrome. It's completely changed his life, now disabled, suffering physical and cognitive problems. Ill health retirement with a positive. He's able to watch and sometimes fly along. That's great to hear at least. Trying to get the positives out of it is quite important, that sort of stuff. Oh. I've just googled drop bear. Mythical creature that lives in the outback, resembling an oversized koala with sharp teeth dropping from the trees to devour where he passes by. Love it. Imagine if one day they actually find one actually doing that. James says, does anyone know the name of the European airport in a country that the commercial pilots have to land wing first due to constant heavy crosswinds? Not sure what you mean by wing first. Unless you mean like Madeira, where you're kind of crabbing on approach because of the crosswinds. The only one I can think of, if that's what you mean by landing wing first. Just a calls behind. Actually, yeah, my goodness, I can just see now tickling, creeping into TCAS. You've reminded me, actually, I need to go into my model matching, don't I? Try and FS add-ons. What are you flying as today? Get rid of word wrap. I'm going to try and change some bits on the fly here. You're flying an Embraer, aren't you? There you go, Voz. Random liveries, that'll do. For now. And then model matching magic for our VMR. I'm just going to try and do a little bit of model match work here as we're live. Gotcha. What are you flying in? Embraer 195. Trying to see if they actually have that model in there for Virgin Australia. But it actually doesn't. How strange. I'm going to do something cool though. I'm going to turn you into a Fokker 100. That works, I think. Just about. We'll say it does. Because that'll be quite cool. I'm going to go on to that. And then you're showing us an E195. I hate it when model matching never works out nicely. Clear that. Reload model matching rules. Bingo! You are now a Virgin Australia Regional Fokker 100. I'm excited to see what that is going to look like when we land now, actually. It'll be the first time I think we've had that in the sim with AIG. Sounds like a good idea, Justin, actually, to be fair. That'd be quite nice. Melbourne to Hobart and back. Little says, what's the longest flight that we've ever done? It would be across the pond. It was Washington Dulles International to Helsinki, I think it was. Across the pond last year. Or maybe the year before last, perhaps. I can't quite remember. In the 787 with the heavy division mod. The early stages of that. I think that was the longest one we've ever done, to be fair. Rab, epic. That's good. Great to hear you're actually in the sim now as well. Ian says that the Fokker 100s mainly fly Western Australia on the mine runs now. James, I've done it live on stream a few times. In fact, I've even done a tutorial on it, I believe. Landing, I think, 05 at Madeira from memory, isn't it? Reese boys on the way out. Get them matchsticks out. Sledge, hello. Good evening. It says lives in Canberra. Was it foggy? It wasn't actually, was it? It was quite clear and quite nice. Winds, there was a slight tailwind perhaps, but otherwise good visibility, some low cloud. Certainly no fog, I don't think. There's the giveaway question for you folks. Again, what is the famous rock named Ayers Rock near to Alice Springs, also known as globally? That sounds lovely. Sledge is taking an ATR72 from Canberra to Melbourne. I think the route takes you over the snowy mountains. That sounds really nice. It'd be quite good to do that in the sim actually now, won't it? To be fair. Although we are missing a good Melbourne scenery. Perhaps there's a route for when Melbourne does arrive from whenever Orbex finally finish developing it. That down below is just, it's like we're flying over Mars. Flight Sim meets Kerbal Space Program, whatever that game is called there. I think it's Kerbal Space Program, isn't it? You guys know what I mean anyway. Canberra's nice, Justin, yeah. It's not Hamilton Island level of detail, of course. And the airside section has been done with a little bit of an interior, but nothing landside. But the environment around the airport looked quite nice as well. Shudog says looks like there is a workaround which allows you to upload a SimBrief flight plan to the ATR. Yeah, it's kind of tricking it to think that the files are similar to that of the CRJ, but there are a lot of people reporting issues that it doesn't actually feed in the destination, that sometimes then the MCDU can completely bug out anyway. So I would be very wary of that, to be fair. As I've said yesterday in the stream and in the tutorial that goes live tomorrow to get you started from cold and dark in the ATR, covering all the basics, at least I've learned from my little crash course with the ATR so far. One of the biggest tips is just kind of getting used to entering in the flight plan manually anyway, because the ATR72 never really flies, or they don't really fly on long convoluted routes, all that sort of stuff. They're short hops, so it doesn't take long at all putting in the flight plan manually. James says, do you think you'll be able to make it to Flight Sim Expo in Texas this year? So I actually genuinely was going to go to that. Genuinely was going to go from that, go to that this year, but I then moved house The dog's not too well. Finances, money, all that sort of stuff been stretched more than I kind of had budgeted or envisaged for, and therefore it means that I can't go this year. Perhaps maybe next year. Depends on where it is, when the dates are, if I can make the money work. But it would be quite fun. I would like to go and visit a Flight Sim Expo for sure. This year sounds like it's going to be mega though. I'm a bit jealous that I'm going to have to miss it. Leaded Rapier, welcome to you as well. G'day, new sub, welcome. Great to have you on board with us. Used to live in Alice Springs. And used to be a store manager at the National Park. Very nice. Manually inputting the route slowly, Hergy, is fine. If you go into Airways though, that's when it really craps out. But he's trying to fix that, to be fair. Doc, no, back to work from Saturday, buddy. Saturday, Sunday, day shifts. Monday, Tuesday, night shifts. What the heck is going on with that view there? There we go. Some impressive scenery down there with the photogrammetry. Look at that. Australia, of course, had a world update a few years ago. A year and a bit ago. One of the early world updates. Huge world update it was actually as well. 6th of May? Oh, I don't know. Sydney has a fantastic fly tamper available for it, Sledge. Fly Tampa Sydney is remarkably good. I feel like I remember Lord Howe Island having a scenery developed by somebody as well. Sixth of May? Yeah, it's Saturday. Saturday is the 6th of May. That really confused me there. To the point I stared at the screen for a little while and my brain actually kind of felt like it stopped working because it couldn't work it out. Willie asking who makes a good London scenery. So London Heathrow, Innie Builds, really good London Heathrow scenery from those guys. They also paired up with Origami Studios, who have made a really nice London Gatwick Airport scenery. That's pretty good as well. London City Airport, though, if you're thinking about that, the small one in the City of London that the BA City Flyer and things used to operate the BA 146 out of, that's pretty rubbish. I wouldn't recommend it at all. Actually, it's pretty awful and very, very out of date. Looks nothing like London City anymore, sadly. And I have pushed Orbex to fix it, but they, last time I asked, basically just flatly refused, which is really annoying. Yeah, so the way my shifts work, Doc, I will work, say, sort of 3 to 5 weeks with no weekends off. Then I'll work a few weekends, a few weeks where I get the weekends off, vice versa. They kind of interchange. So I'm working both of those weekends. So this weekend and next weekend I'm back to work. Before then I'm off for a few more days, and then we're in for a busy period through the coronation, I think. Justin, you'll find out soon. Ian, so he's got some lameness developing in his back legs. Both of them are bionic hips. Yeah, So we're not really sure what the crack is with his legs at the moment, to be fair, but it's already cost a little bit of money in vet bills. And we're expecting to have to go and do some x-rays and things like that. We're worried that it's either a hip issue that's developed from his bionic hips. Maybe it might be something simple like arthritis, which is fine. He could just be medicated for that for the next few years to kind of take the edge off the arthritis. Providing he's happy, of course. But there could also be like a slip disc in his spine causing a nerve issue, giving him the lameness that's kind of becoming apparent in one of his legs. So it could be a number of things that I'm a little bit worried about, but we'll let the vets kind of crack on and do their thing with it, really. It's difficult taking him to the vets though, because it ends up in a big old fight. He has to be medicated to take the edge off the anxiety, the stress and the fear that he has of going to the vets because of everything he's gone through in the past, but we get through it. He's a brave boy. Hope so, Ian. Ooh, good old drone camera. I still don't know why it does that. Rab says Ayers Rock looks amazing. Oh, there's two of the guys behind them. It's their contrails in the background. Yeah, we're not going to be able to see it, I don't think, today because of the distance. What's your distance in flight, Rab? How many nautical miles are you going to have to cover? Seven and a half, Badger. So he's getting on, bless him. He's developing a little grey beard at the moment, which gives us a lot of entertainment. He's on things like gabapentin, which for humans is an epilepsy medicine, but effectively it takes the edge off his anxiety, stops the neurological association with some elements of the pain in his legs. So he's buzzing around, all happy, playing, and all that sort of stuff anyway, which is great. Bang on, Delta Tango. Yeah. And that's the thing, they don't understand how much they actually do for us as well, as parts of our family. Sledge, thank you, buddy. Really generous of you. Big old super chat from you there. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, really appreciate that. That's very generous. Justin saying there that to Impulse Simulations that they're super lucky here in Australia that almost all of their cities have put my teeth in, have fantastic payware scenery, including Cairns, Rockhampton, and some great city packs. Yeah, Brisbane, for example, is looking spectacular on my rig, as we saw the other day. We've got stunning Hamilton Island. We've got some Impulse Simulation sceneries as well. Adelaide, Canberra coming soon. Alice Springs, Fly Tampa's Sydney. We've got Orbeck's Melbourne Essendon, which is a little bit. It's a nice scenery, but it's a pointless airport. They are working on a Melbourne International, which is good, and we've got a few others as well included in the World Update. Can't think what else there is. A couple of city packs as well. Adelaide, Melbourne City. Yeah, Australia's looking pretty well covered. There's a Darwin scenery. There's Mackie Airport. Australia's yeah, pretty well catered for, actually, to be fair. Is there a Perth Airport scenery? There's a thought I've just had. Not even sure if there is a Perth Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Let's have a look. Good old Google. Perth MSFS is always one. There is, apparently. Axonos. I see they've made fairly average scenery in the past. May 2021 they brought that out. It's $18.99. It's got 5-star reviews though. Hey, look at that. Impulse Simulations, though, they're doing a perf. I think I might just wait for that one then. It's mad, isn't it? 5 stars on Sim Market for Axonoff's perf, but I hate the review system of Sim Market, because there have been other add-ons that I've seen in the past, including a little aeroplane that I may or may not have created. An aeroplane that I may not have reviewed, actually, not created, because I haven't created it. I'm reading different things there, different reviews and things, and words are slipping into my mind. So, yeah, the thing with the Sim Market review system is I've actually caught a couple of developers out in the past, including one who's created an aircraft, and a little XA aerobatic aircraft that has typed reviews pretending to be people, saying how amazing the add-on is. And it's a practice that seems quite widespread on Sim Market, which is why I really, really hate Sim Market generally, for some of the crap that it has on there. It's a proper cesspit for some awful add-ons. There's some great stuff on there though. It's still frustratingly the only place where you can buy the Mad Dog. I've been really pushing to try and get it on Contrail, but still, like, they must have some exclusivity contract with Sim Market. I don't know why, but that is the case. Mikhail, hello buddy, welcome. Yeah, Matthew saying there you can't trust the reviews on Sim Market. Sledge says Perth is so far away from him, it may as well be Eastern Africa. Practically Geek, hello to you in the chat, welcome. Impulse Simulations have got Alice Springs, Townsville, Newcastle, Perth, and hopefully Darwin if they decide to assist. So there's something that's worth mentioning actually, as we are en route to Alice Springs. There's not going to be an interior, a complex sort of detailed interior to Alice Springs, and that's because the airport themselves haven't been able to kind of assist with Impulse Simulations getting a whole host of data from the airport in relation to creating their scenery. Therefore, they've kind of had to rely on some images to try and make elements of the airside scenery. I think that's right, isn't it? Impulse Simulations. Well, I don't think there's anything landside, is there? We'll find out when we arrive, but I'm sure Impulse will pop it in the live chat to kind of clarify that a little bit better. Saber says, I highly recommend A Pilot's Life from Sim Market. You know what? Let me find out here. Simbit World, isn't it? Yeah. The developer behind Simbit World emailed me 2 days ago actually, asking if I would like to have a look at and review A Pilot's Life Chapter 2. And I haven't had a chance to actually reply to him yet. He's reached out because he's kind of taken note of the fact that we are using New Sky to have a little bit of a career mode element to our virtual airline Osprey Airways. So he's kind of noticed that and reached out saying, well, have a little look at Simbit World instead, we might be able to offer something too. That's great to hear, Impulse. They're saying that they have had good interactions with Perth Airport management and they've been more than helpful with plans. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Hobart, wonderful scenery by NZA Simulations. Beautiful work by those guys. Guessing there's not much there then, Sledge, in reality. I suppose it is smack bang in the centre of Australia. There we go. So talking about the interior of Alice Springs Impulse Simulations there, saying there's a basic cafe interior, because that's all we can kind of see from the apron, and that's all that they've been able to get a few sneaky snaps of. But Alice Springs Airport haven't really been helpful in creating any of, supplying any images or data to help with the interior design. But at the same time, like we say, even when we have those sceneries with complex sceneries, complex interiors to the scenery rather, you end up kind of exploring it a little bit, admiring the beauty of it, but then not mentioning or sort of venturing around there much more. You don't spend a lot of time landside, for example, or looking at the check-in desks when you're in a flight simulator, so it's not really ever necessary. The bits you can see from the apron are always nice to see, as we had at Canberra actually. You had the gate areas visible, and that was quite nice. That's all you really need, although you do appreciate the beauty of some of these sceneries, like Pirate Devco's East Midlands Airport is going to be mind-blowingly good, as Belfast is quite spectacular. So you do get some of them that just blow you away sometimes. Practically you said, did you see the San Francisco screenshot from Flightbeam? Yes, it looks amazing. San Francisco by Flightbeam Studios is coming soon to Microsoft Flight Simulator, and it's going to potentially be their best scenery to date, and they're a fantastic developer as well. Air Force Freestylers, welcome. We departed Canberra today, and we're heading up to Alice Springs, so we're flying around Australia, previewing a new Alice Springs Airport by Impulse Simulations. We're giving away 2 copies of those and a copy of Canberra as well. Kind of fighting the time here. And Flight Ampo has begun to tease Amsterdam. That's exciting. That's good to know, Impulse Simulations. You've had a little bit of help, and yeah, hopefully they take note when they do see it and think, you know what, what a great rendition digitally of our airport. Let's help out. FS Dream Team saying Houston will be out by June. Every month there's just more and more fantastic scenery starting to now release for the sim. It's like, the first year and a bit we had a trickle of some really good sceneries developed for the sim initially, didn't we? But we found now that as the sim has started to stabilise, we've got some of these high fidelity aircraft like PMDG 737s. The Mad Dog I think can be in that category as well because of the system depth. The Fenix A320, Flybower A320NX, the Headwind A330 is progressing nicely. All these other aircraft now that are in development on the way. We've now got things like Pirate Devco's East Midlands coming soon, Fly Tampa's Amsterdam. We've just had Inibuild's JFK, which is mind-blowingly good. And then the little airports as well. Things like Hamilton Island that we saw the other day from AUC. Impulse Simulations Alice Springs that we're heading to now as well. We're in a kind of a switch gear for the sim where this year, I said it last year as well, this year is just really starting to take off for the sim, where it's stabilising into what is a magnificent platform for us to enjoy flight simulation. And then next year I'll probably be saying the same thing. But who would have thought in August 2020 we would be flying complex airliners to and from some of the most highly detailed airports ever seen in any flight simulator in the history of, well, frankly, gaming more generally. That's the only thing, Adam. It gets really heavy on the wallet. If we enjoy it, it's worth every penny. That's the thing. you know, some of us have resided to the fact, including myself, kind of almost, resided myself to the fact that I will never be what I dreamt to be as a kid. And that is an airline pilot, because the costs are too prohibitive. Flight simulation is the closest that we will ever get to anything like that. So if we can have, even 25 or 50% of the immersion that you could get in real life through hardware, scenery, aircraft add-ons, even down to the seat that I'm sat on, that next level racing Boeing seat. You know, all these little things that come together to create a remarkably good experience. The Tobii eye tracker allowing us to kind of look left and right as we taxi. You know, was it FSX? I think it was. I mentioned it before. That tagline of as real as it gets. I think now that should be applied to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Couple of tips from Arrival from Practically Geek, saying have a little look at the tarmac details, patches of the concrete as well. Check out some of the custom foliage. Ian saying, I'm just glad my wife doesn't know the password to my PC. For those of you in Australia and New Zealand as well, you've got a beautiful part of the world with a really diverse selection of fantastic scenery now across both countries, giving you plenty of options with some great aircraft to fly around in as well. And I'm quite jealous of that. Even I don't think the UK is as well covered at the moment, dare I say. Kalug, to rewind that up a little bit further, top of descent indeed, Reese boy, in 140 nautical miles roughly. We're getting there. We've got to sort our spacings out though, folks. There's two that seem very close behind, or at least very close next to each other behind us. Impulse Simulation says also, am I allowed to announce something here? I think the answer is probably going to be a yes again. Lovely, look at that. No news on the PMDG 777 yet, phase. In progress though, so we just have to be patient and be excited. Eric, yeah, using frame generation, RTX 12 and TAA as well. The anti-aliasing, it's really, really good. High level cloud here that we're kind of zipping through. Oh, epic, there we go. Now, those of you who have been waiting for the Impulse Simulations Canberra airport scenery, but you've been waiting for it on the marketplace, certainly for those of you using Xbox, it goes live on the MSFS marketplace tomorrow to purchase and download. That's epic. Good work. And good luck as well. I'm sure everybody downloading it is going to really enjoy it. Charmander, welcome. Trixie, hello to you as well. Air France 23. What's your route today? After a 5 to 6 month wait, my god. Far too long, isn't it? Far too long. That must be so frustrating for you. I mean, now that's kind of come up as well. It's just reminded me. Do you remember about a couple of months ago, folks? We were talking about how I tried to package with, teaming up with Tapsy and a couple of other livery artists for our Osprey Airways fleet, trying to team up to create a free livery pack to go into the marketplace for those of you on Xbox. And we had a little look live to see whether or not my partner application for Microsoft had even been looked at, and it still hasn't. It still hasn't even been processed. And that's a year and a half down the line. Probably because we want to offer the liveries for free. But if they're going to be really funny about it, I'll happily offer the pack for £1 for 99p. so that we can get it on Xbox. So those of you with Xbox can download the liveries and you know, enjoy them. There you go, Impulse Simulations there saying they will not process it at all if there's something marked for free. Madness, isn't it? You'd think they'd just do it for the wider benefit of the community. So there we are. Sorry to those of you on Xbox. Wow, the minimum price is $549 US. I get it costs them money to kind of maintain the marketplace, manage the loads and all that sort of stuff as well, and manage the downloads, the data. It costs them cash, but you'd think on a case-by-case basis they would be able to kind of decipher and decide whether or not they can allow that in or not. But hate the idea of charging for liveries. But that's what they're cornering people into doing. David, so I've had rolling cash off now for about 2 years, interestingly enough. Trixie, yeah, Osprey Airways is my own virtual airline. We created it for the channel. I say we, as in the channel members and the community in Discord at the time when we were creating Osprey Airways helped decide the name and the call sign and everything else. I've had it off for a little while, Matthew, and I found it's been absolutely fine, to be honest. I think if we were flying those shorter return hops, say if we did Athens to Chios and back, then that might be the time where rolling cash could be quite useful. But at the same time, my bandwidth, my internet is insanely powerful. It's 500 and something megabytes per second. So with the bandwidth set to unlimited, it allows for the sim to kind of download and relay whatever it wants anyway. Yeah, we got a livery for the fly-by-wire A320X, Trixie. But sadly only on PC, because they refuse to allow the liveries onto Xbox, it seems. You should have an ETA at the top of your screen for Freestyler, to be fair. Ashton says the Flyby A320 Neo livery is super blurry. The text is all blurry on the side. Interesting. Do let in Discord, Ashton, let Tapsy know, because it might be a problem with that. But yeah, Willie, that's pretty quick, to be fair. 500 megabytes per second is super fast in the UK, though. We're still catching up to you guys across the pond. Yeah, I mean, if anybody buys that night scenery enhancement pack in the marketplace, those ones, then that's just foolish and stupid, because they are utterly crap. Enter destination data. YBAS. I'm trying to remember the ICAO code now. QNH1018. Let's pop all this down in my little notepad. 1018 QNH. What have we got? Winds calm, all the nines, broken cloud 10,000, 18 degrees Celsius, dew point plus 14. That'll do. That's not too bad, Ian, actually, to be fair. 100 megabytes per second down under. We'd not long upgraded from that in the UK, to be fair. For a long time, it was only one provider that had speeds over 50 megabytes per second, even as of about 2 years ago. Temperature 18. We'll leave that magwinds to just automatically populate itself. Minimums are set. And the RNAV Zulu is set as well. We'll just cross check the data again here. Top of descent marker in the not too distant future. Calug. Base BIF final. Jolly good. Top of descent in 80 nautical miles. We can have a look at the landing arrival performance page. Runway 30. Refresh METAR. Apply. You guys can see the METAR there actually, to be fair. Estimated landing weight 57.53. I'll go for 57.6. Low auto brake. Let's try max reverse today just to see what happens with the aeroplane. And runway conditions are good. All flaps. Interesting. It's not giving us a any data. Let's put a nominal wind in. 020 at 1 knots. There we go. So there's another weird quirk with the Fenix. Yet another thing that doesn't work very well. Low auto brake, max reverse brings us to a stop at 1,969 meters. Medium auto brake. Max and idle reverse apparently negligible difference, no difference at all actually apparently. Max reverse. I think low auto brake is going to be more than sufficient with max reverse here. I don't think the landing performance calculation here in the Fenix is actually very accurate today, bizarrely. So we'll select low. We've battled, absolutely battled this crosswind today. Sledge says if you don't need brakes for Alex, if you overrun the runway you'll just keep taxiing towards Darwin. Is it all particularly flat? It looks pretty flat, doesn't it? Oh Matthew, look at that. There's an interesting fact from a real pilot. Matthew's saying they're not sure how Airbus works, but with Boeing, reverse doesn't affect the stopping distance when using auto brake. That's because the auto brake commands a deceleration rate, not a braking pressure. That's really interesting. Hello to the McDonald's staff at the drive-thru. I'll have a Big Mac please, medium fries and a Coke Zero. In fact, a flat white and a cream egg McFlurry, the best kind. If that's even an option in America for you, Willie. In fact, supersize it as well for $1 extra. I'm at AMS. Well, every time we've used this though, oh good grief, I didn't even click that one. Every time we've used this though, a lot of the time, if we toggle between different idle or max reverse, the figure there actually changes. There we go. In fact, it's changed there by 10 meters. 20 meters rather. but I think it must change the deceleration rate as opposed to the brake pressure. Andrew says, where are we planning to take the ATR next, Luke? So many short hops available. There are loads of different options. I did ask the channel members in our Discord server to vote on a selection of routes for us to use tomorrow. Currently, it's a bit of a match actually. We're currently actually just in the lead. 1, 2. The heck? 1, 2, 3. There's no 4. There we go. Yeah, so currently Bristol to Shannon and back in an Aer Lingus regional livery is the favoured route. So if you are in the channel lounge inside the Discord server, the members lounge, go to the route boats tab and please vote, because by the time we land I need to know exactly what stream to set up for tomorrow. WAHQ WAHQ to WAD. Okay, well the options are there and updated now anyway. There's a few options available. There goes the woofer. Legging it downstairs would be so much simpler. Every time the bell went off, if I wasn't strapped into a Boeing seat. Sledge, thank you buddy. Ever generous, really appreciate that. Thank you again for another super chat. Really appreciate all the support from tips, donations, likes, subscribers, members. You guys all know the crack. James says, I've ever had an American barbecue. No, I haven't had a proper one in America, if that makes sense. Tons of ATR liveries flooding into flightsim.to, which is really nice to see. The community, the painter community for livery makers have been really zipping around, creating some wonderful pieces of work for the ATR 42 and the 72 in fact. So there are well over 50. I think actually, let's find out. I'm going to go onto that website now. I'm going to go to flightsim.to and I want to have a look to see how many liveries there are. In fact, even better, how many add-ons for the ATR 72 and 42 there are. 167 add-ons already. Mostly liveries. The Sky Express one has already been done. Wow. If only that was available yesterday. That would have been wonderful for Greek flights. That's a beautiful livery actually. Wow. I'm very tempted to use that again tomorrow and revisit Greece. Qantas Link, Japan Air Commuter, Lufthansa Regional, Mass Wings, Air Corsica, Zimex, Azul with a really smashing Brazilian flag livery there on flightsim.to. Some old school Aer Lingus regional liveries and more. Okay, let's reset the FCP. What do we want to go down to? Base India 5200. Set manage speed. Dunno, Doc. Someone suggested it. Let's have a look at our approach then. I know we discussed it a little earlier on, but just in case you are tuning in, as we head now into descent for our special preview live of the new Alice Springs airport scenery from Impulse Simulations, coming soon. A date not yet decided, but in the next few weeks. We're going to be doing the RMP Zulu runway 30 approach straight in from our previous waypoint to base Bravo, which is there, 5,200 feet. There's a hold at base Bravo if it's busy, but we're envisaging a straight in approach without any delay onto an RNAV final approach runway 30, heading inbound course of 296 degrees and a 3-degree glide path angle to the runway, which look like that as a cross section. Minimums are 2,090 feet. As we get closer, if the visibility remains good, then I'll of course, as always, turn the autopilot off and hand fly the final bit ourselves manually, because it's always nice to do that. Missed approach, should we do go around for any reason, we're going to track direct to base Tango, which is basically flying runway heading for 3 miles, then track 296 degrees and climb to 5,200 feet, and then we're going to give it another go. Impulse Simulations. If the package you sent me is fine, I haven't, like I said, I haven't had time to test it. The updated one from today, this morning. If you're saying it's fine, then it will be fine. Jeff, it does, yeah. Justin says, I would love to see an Osprey Holidays livery for us Airbus pilots for either the Fenix or the A330 900. It should be. We're about to find out. After landing, runway 30, we're going to try and vacate, probably Charlie to be honest, straight out on Alpha. We're going to have to sit on the ramp for a couple of seconds while we just allow the engines to cool down a little bit, and we're going to then shut down the engines, park up on stand, disembark the aircraft into the terminal with a nice custom GSX profile from Impulse Simulations themselves. Then we're going to have an explore. We're going to have a look around, spot a few landings, we're going to have a look at the GA apron, the terminal control tower, commuter aprons, and the aircraft graveyard as well. The only thing with the Fenix is it does like to descend rather rapidly. I tend not to trust the VNAV with this. You know, by contrast, for example, the PMDG 737, I could let it go in VNAV and just let it descend and crack on down and trust it. But this just seems to go nose down, crazy speeds, 4,000 plus feet per minute, and kind of just go wild with the whole descent, which is a little bit disconcerting. having left it and not flown this for a long time as well now because of the issues that we seem to keep getting with it. Chasing the sun. Let's hope so, Rab. Of course, and you know, in live time, if we're in live time now, if we bring that wheel up, live time in Australia is right in the middle of the night there where that little blue line is. So if we were in live time, it would just be in darkness at the moment. So we've been tactically winding the time back to hold that sun above the horizon for our arrival today. .46 nautical miles to base Bravo now, 24,000 feet, still in descent. It's lost the VNAV actually a little bit there. VNAV is a bit messy in this, isn't it? If you've not yet entered the giveaway, it's your last chance to enter. We're going to be giving away 2 copies of the Alice Springs scenery coming soon from Impulse Simulations, and as a bonus for today, thank you to Impulse Simulations for donating this one as well, a copy of their Canberra airport scenery too, another payware scenery, which is where we departed from today. Pretty much Justin, yeah. They'll change tons of stuff and then just go wild with it all. Oh, I can see my name tagged. Has time for what? I might have missed that comment. Aaron, good work. Bringing a jet back from Schiphol to Manchester. Osprey Airways flight, scheduled service, I assume. Good work. Mikhail, ETA, very soon. Look at that. That is a beautiful ground below. Just wonderful scenery. What an amazing part of the world to fly around. And if it wasn't for the scenery being developed, we wouldn't have even ventured into the centre of Australia. But that's remarkably nice. In 4K on my screen, for you guys in 2K 60 frames per second as well. Oh yeah, the C-17, yeah, we did mention that. Does it actually physically fly in Impulse Simulation, or does it just appear? Because I was going to see if we can wind the time back to trigger a Wednesday, but I don't know how we would do that. I want to get some wonderful views of this. Look at that. But that rate of descent looks very steep. No, we're still reasonable. Obviously, as well as we descend, the sun descends with us because we are dropping below the horizon ourselves. That would be true Impulse Simulations, yeah. It would be funny. You know what we should have got today? Organised somebody to load in a C-17. I could have done the model matching and they could have flown it in. We could have done an early or late April Fool's. You can use the default sim to change the time, to change the date. Not sure how I'd do that. Oh yes, there we go. We can change that like so. That'll work. So all we have to do then is wind it back to tomorrow, to yesterday. And 12's local, right? Midday. Standard pressure 1018. Make sure our standby instruments are matched through 10,000. Seatbelts, runway turn off, landing lights on, taxi lights on. We don't need wing lights, nav lights are on, strobes, beacons, lights and signs all set as required, anti-ice, de-ice as required. Bottom of descent is showing a little fast and loose actually here, so VNAV's stuffed it up. Let's return back to... Got a bit of spoilers deployed here actually. Needs to be a bit more proactive. You don't have to do this in the PMDG because it just works smooth and nice. This is just needlessly clunky at the best of times. We go to 5,000 feet actually here. .235 knots just to help keep the speed down. I'm hoping that will allow us to get on profile a bit better. Takes up bay 9, so don't park there. Noted. I will try not to. Look at that, folks. My God. Remarkable. Really cool. You get the feeling that you're flying into somewhere remarkably remote, but very unique as well. Zipping out loads of screenshots. All the screenshots, of course, they'll go onto Volanta. If it doesn't bug out and stop uploading some of the screenshots like it does every day. But they'll also go into our Discord server, and I'll pick a few, put them onto Instagram, Twitter, our Facebook page, that sort of thing. Almost time though, folks. Speed's still good. (1800) foot per minute. Alice Springs traffic, Osprey 165 Alpha is inbound base Bravo 6,700 feet to 5,200. RMP Zulu approach runway 30 QNH 1018 Alice Springs traffic.
Alice Springs traffic, yeah.
So let's spoilers out again just to help deceleration here because we've got folks behind us.
Sending through flight level 144.
So I'm trying to keep the speed up.
We'll be tracking for the RMP, runway 30.
Okay, manage speeds.
The circuit time 07. Alice Springs.
$16 miles. Here we go. Our first ever look live at Alice Springs by Impulse Simulations. Very excited. What a sunset to fly into for our arrival. In fact, there's the runway. Flaps 1. Ground spoilers armed. $5,000 set. Approach op is armed. Approach nav active. Final approach is armed and ready. We're waiting for VDEV to move down to trigger the RNAV approach, and then we're going to have lateral deviation. We can monitor that. It's fine at the moment. Lights and signs. Crew all cool. So take their seats. 12 nautical miles. Here we go. Alice Springs traffic. Osprey 165 Alpha is on the descent. 5,000 RMP. Zulu runway 30. 12 miles Alice Springs traffic. Lap 2. Gear down. It's actually lost the approach a little bit there on final approach mode. Only gives us approach 1 or 2. Autopilot 1 or 2. It doesn't. It's not like an ILS where you'd get both modes active there. Through 170 knots. Check on the radar. Lap 3. My God. What an incredible approach. Look at the scenery, guys. It's just stunning. Absolutely spectacular here. What a part of the world to go and explore. In the distance over there as well, the mountains, and just stunning. Let's not get sidetracked. We've got an approach to fly. So, down here, control visualizer. Let's get that up. We're going to go... Where are we now? 7 miles. Full flap, landing gear, memos are green. What a simulator. Look at the depth going off into the distance over there. And it's actually kind of teasing you. We're almost there, but we can't quite see the scenery because of the sunrise, the sunset blasting into our view. I mean, the scenery is pretty remarkable as well, isn't it? Look at that. What an approach this is. Little car on the road there. Beep, beep. Why did I do that? I don't know. Oh dear.
1,000.
Autopilot off. My controls. Let's get her on the ground. So now we're flying it visually. You can still use the VDEV buckets if you want.
500.
I'd rather hand fly the visual approach instead.
100 above.
.266 at 13 apparently the wind now. Shall continue.
$100. 50. 40. 20. Retard. 5.
Hold the flare. Reverse green. The good old Fenix issue with the reverser there, completely bugging out. So now we've missed our exit. Fantastic. Thank you, Fenix. Beautiful sounds though. Get rid of that. So I had to use my emergency toggle for the reverse thrust there. I'm going to have to be really annoying and backtrack now. Alice Springs traffic, Osprey 165 Alpha is backtrack, runway 30, will report vacated. I'll look right in a moment, Practically Geek. Look at the runway textures there as well.
Alice Springs traffic, Sierra, Quebec, Yankee
Oh my God.
is 11 miles to the south. east of the field, 5,200. We'll join in the RNP Zulu approach runway
Jeez, who's that
30,
final?
Alice Springs.
Still have the old build. It's the one you sent me. I definitely installed it today and replaced all the files fresh. How weird. There's the airport graveyard, or the sort of storage facility. Try and keep an eye on our vacate option here. What is that on the right hand side that's floating? It's a Volanta Aero cache. Very weird. Yeah, no.
Velocity 298, Osprey 2472.
Ah, bloody tiller in this. Park in ramp 3. Let's go for ramp 3. Request to follow me. No. Osprey 165 Alpha is vacated. Parking stands. 3's down by the terminal. Flaps are up. As boilers are away, let's pop the landing lights off. One-way turn off lights off, strobes off, APU start.
Velocity 298, Osprey 2472.
The apron, stunning, isn't it? Look at the textures. I'll just come out to the side of the window here. In fact, even better.
Clarify, what are your intentions there? Because I'm on profile and you veered off to the right.
Little tarmac patches. Down here as well, we've got little kind of creases and things in the tarmac as well. And yeah, this has actually become my favourite time of evening in the sim. That kind of fiery sunset. Top left of the screen, touchdown. Almost resulted in a go around actually there. We very close towards the end of the touchdown zone. But we got there in the end. And then had to
Springs traffic 0,
deal with the
Yankee final runway 30.
good old bug as always. Four. Let's change parking spot to 4. Somebody's at 3. That's better. Quick reset of that. That can come off. APU bleeds. Taxi lights off. We'll retract the landing lights as well. In we go. Impulse saying if you look at it in the morning you'll love it even more. We shall have a look. That stutter, by the way, that you can see, that is the frame generation skipping a frame. When I click out of the screen and back into a screen, it's a DirectX 12 frame generation thing with multiple screens. Our brake set.
Traffic.
Turn that off. Beacon lights off. And yeah, let's deboard. So
Springs traffic, Osprey 2472 is overhead base B, 20 nautical mile final, expecting for runway 30.
GSX.
Alice Springs traffic.
Request deboarding. Oh, wait a second, I thought I'd already done that. The heck?
Alice Springs traffic, Sierra, Quebec. Yankee vacated Echo. Alice Springs.
Oh well, we'll get the engineers on that. They're proper broken. Not even sure what on earth that's doing that for. Wow, he's down already. My goodness, that was quick. Let's have a look in the morning then. Because that was mentioned. Yeah, so time. Let's get the camera up. He's still actually a little bit farther away than we can worry about at the moment. So we're going to pop the drone camera up. Want to see the punters disembark here. God, those spoilers are well broken, aren't they? My goodness.
Passengers deboarding starting.
Don't even know why they're stuck. Kind of ruins the screenshot though, doesn't it? In any case, we could be creative and we can maybe do this. Come on folks, got a touchdown to watch. It does seem that I've lost the hydraulics, but there were no contraindications on the ICAS system. We stowed them after landing, so very weird. I would have expected a hydraulic failure to be displayed though. I'll have a look at it in a moment once we've sorted out a few of the bits. Why is my brain not working today?
Alice Springs traffic, Osprey 2472 on short final, runway 30. Alice Springs traffic.
That's almost all of them out. Cool, let's watch some touchdowns and then we're going to dig into the scenery a little bit more. Yeah, at least we've fixed most of the issues with the Fenix that I've had. It would be that sweaty southern sweet sweat tea, isn't it? Ian's on the way in. Down here we've got a couple of little white marker boards as well, positioned around the runway, that's nice. They kind of box the airport runway out quite nicely there, look, don't they? As a divider. This is obviously under development still, folks. So, well, Doc, yeah, we turned them off, but after I had stowed the speed brake.
Alice Springs traffic velocity 298, 10 miles south east of the field, 5000 RMP approach runway 30.
Birdman says I found it before. If I put the throttle above idle, I can retract the spoilers after landing. Another crazy Fenix issue. Yeah, so maybe I've got something similar going on there then. That's proper weird. Oh well. The Fenix isn't the focus for today. I got a long landing penalty because of that float. 9.86 is the total score, but £2,000 revenue generated for Osprey. Yeah, the Impulse Simulations folks have been working away at this. They've updated the runway textures to include some custom patches and things like that all over it effectively. Beautiful touchdown. Good work. Good old 737-600s. How many frames am I getting here? 60.
Alice Springs
61.
traffic, Osprey 2472.
Little stutter there though. 48 it dropped down to then all of a sudden. And now I can't stop my drone camera from rotating. Brilliant. Right, let's go and explore. So, there was a mention of changing the time to about Wednesday 1 o'clock. However, we've got a lot more of the scenery to see before we even explore things like a C-17 that may or may not arrive. Windsock there, showing winds calm, beautiful white windsock, and the airport graveyard is located on the south side, as we mentioned on the briefing prior to our arrival today. Lots of different static aircraft all positioned. Look at the ground texture work there as well. Really impressive.
Now 10 nautical miles from space, India, inbound, runway 30, Alice Springs traffic.
Let's get rid of the drone camera speeds. The perks of editing videos slow time is that we can trim and chop those bits out. Look at that, goes on for a fair distance, this, doesn't it? This airport graveyard. The very small runway is on the west side over here. Really nice backdrop as well to the airport. And then we have the tiny runway with a little bit of GA magic over here by the looks of it.
Alice Springs traffic, velocity 298 on short final runway 30.
Such a remote part of the world. It's nice to see that it's got some really wonderful attention from a scenery developer here to kind of bring this into to the sim, bring it to life a little bit as well. Tiny little control tower there. Dan, have a good one, buddy. Make sure you catch the rest of this stream today. Somebody on short final apparently. Oh, he's in the trees. Let's hope that wasn't on New Sky. Oh, styling it out, I'm sure. Trying desperately to get to the runway before we pan the drone camera around. There's a round of sweaty gin and tonics. Right there. Let's hope that wasn't on... Let's hope that wasn't recorded on New Sky. Actually, while we're here, let's rotate the lights. The time of day here. I want to see what the approach lights look like. Bring the time back a tad. Graveyard in the darkness as we would expect. They're a bit dark, aren't they? The airport runway fence lights, the approach lighting there. But the airport apron looks really good. The runway looks nicely well lit as well. But the intensity of these needs to be looked into actually. Most of them are off by the looks of it. I don't know if that's a wider sim issue or not, but I've noticed it on other sceneries as well. Okay, let's go and explore the rest. So vacating at the end here is a very narrow general aviation flight taxiway and some helipads. Impulse simulation saying there if you're further back there bright, it's a default sim thing. Let's find out.
Osprey 344 approaching final runway 30, Alice Springs traffic.
Oh yes, there we go. It's a sim thing. That's a bit better. Still very dark looking though, but they do at least work in that instance. Drone camera. Where were we? 10 and 12? Helipads. Right. So, a couple of features here. Custom foliage, as you can see. Bring that camera down a bit more, even more in fact. Zip, zip, zip. There we go. And we've got all of the different little hangars, including the Royal Flying Doctor's Service hangars there. 2 of them animated, based upon how close you may or may not get to them. Does VATSIM cover Australia, Sledge? Of course it does. Beautiful hangars there. Alice Aircraft Maintenance Service. Look at the textures on the tarmac as well. Zip round here as the velocity taxis in. That's the Aero Club, isn't it? Alice Springs Aviation Club or Aeronautical Club. Really nice work there. It is the Aero Club, lovely. Look at that with the backdrop of the statics in the background.
Osprey 344 is on short final Alice Springs traffic, runway 20.
Very cool. And yeah, it's got a little interior. Very posh. Nestle Milo. I don't even know what that is. Short final, but it still looks like he's a little way away. The fire service, they've got that underneath the covers of the that metal panel there to protect it from all the baking heat here in Alice Springs, no doubt. That's very cool. And then the control tower. Where is he? He's still like a couple of miles away. It's not really short final. Control tower looks fantastic, doesn't it? Look at that. And what I love, on the railings you can see the white and green reflecting on the metal railings as well, which is really smart. Very cool interior. Let's go in. We'll try and maybe spot the landing from here, perhaps. From inside the tower. Take a seat. Welcome. Bar trucks are rolling. They've just seen the last touchdown. I thought, no way. Yeah, the reflections from the monitors are very cool. Look. On that wood. A couple of different screens. Impulse Simulations website there as well, showing you some of their other products. Aviation Weather Service. General ground charts and a map overlay as well. Very swish. I swear we said short finals about 5 minutes ago. While we wait, I'm curious. What's being printed? Oh, a new weather report. My god, you can actually read it. Look at the detail. that is pretty cool. And even here for the apron, albeit through some reflective glass, reflections on the glass rather, the apron looks very remarkable. I love the stickiness to the tarmac glue. Ian cost the airline 5k somehow, my goodness. Here he comes. How many more pilots have we got, by the way, folks? Probably not Ashley. Oh. Wonderful touchdown, look at that. Bloody ripper. Great work. By the way, what stand was it that we need to keep free?
Osprey 344 vacating runway 30 via taxiway.
Was it stand 9? Because what I'm going to do now is I'm going to trigger the C-17.
2.
We'll try to. One of the features, based upon whether or not you're flying in live time. Let's see. Pan this round here a little bit, fiddle around with times a bit more, weather times. Oh, I can't see it. 1 PM to 2 PM on a Wednesday. Stand 9. So we're at stand 9. Time. Oh, hold on. What the hell? What the hell's going on with that? I don't want to wind it any further forwards, backwards in time. God. We go plus, but it's like parallel 42 just craps out and really bugs out. Now it's like gone back in time too many hours. Oh. That's only going back. What the heck is going on here with this? Okay, right, hold on, bear with me. This is properly messed up now. Where's my wheel simulation nameplates interface? Get that back. What day is it? 26. Okay. Hey, there we go. Oh god, I pressed active pause as well. I hate parallel 42 when it breaks. That's the only time that it's done that though. But here we go, look at this. Absolute mammoth. So every Wednesday between 1 and 2, this US Air Force C-17 appears in the scenery. So if you're flying in live time and you find yourself actually around 1300 to 1400 local, you will find this on stand 9, which is really cool. Replicating that, you know, as a real world operations that it has here, flying in and out, which I think is quite smart. Really nice little touch. Only for an hour, so statics wise it doesn't really affect you, but I think that's really quite remarkable, isn't it? And there's still, believe it or not, even more to see here. Even if we zoom out, look, we can kind of get a nice idea of what we're going to be exploring over the next few minutes around the scenery. I'm going to try and go back to sunrise. Here we go. Perhaps says C-17 suddenly parked on top of his longitude. Right, we've got the terminal building, and we've got a few other little bits to go and see as well. So there's so much to get stuck into. Look at the depth there of the detail. It's lovely. You do let me know if that sun is in the way, folks, as well, because I will maybe move the time a little bit further to clear that up into the sky a tad more. There we go. It literally would, Rab, yeah. Very nice. Even the signs look. Oh, we then walk the apron as well. We can have a look past these guys that flew along today. A couple of little shell tankers. And we can follow the punters in. So he's waiting. Filing traffickers, traffic going outbound there. The passengers waiting to board the aircraft. Wow, look at this. This is lovely. There's the cafe on the right hand side. They said they've had some assistance with images and things supplied to them to help kind of create a little bit of an airside scenery. But Alice Springs being unfortunately not forthcoming with providing images and things to allow them to create a nice scenery. But that is quite nice. Certainly from the outside as well, looking in, the glass textures are really, really nice. Couple of picnic tables. We've got another. Oh, that's the arrivals line. Yeah, the chrome shine's great, isn't it? Little baggage centre. Doing usual baggage handler dance moves and things before they go on strike, no doubt. And we've got a few custom vehicles there as well. Look at that, Uluru and Central Australian Emu Run Experience coaches ready to take the punters on their adventures around Ayers Rock. Beautiful little sign. That is wonderfully metallic. Look at that. Oh wow. Let me just fiddle around with the time. I want to see how that reflects with the sun change. Oh, that's kind of bouncing around with the trees in the way, but look at that. And then we've got the main terminal area and forecourt too. This is really nice. Yeah, we'll go and have a look at the Welcome to Alice Springs sign in a mo. There may or may not be a spy base. Right, where are we? Turning at the junction, we've got to go left, right? Surely. Is that where the sign is? Left to Alice Springs, right to Santa Teresa. Whoop. Skrrr. Hey, where's that freeware Mercedes CL63 when you need it? Solar farm on the right hand side there, look. That's pretty cool. Nice to see little elements of the scenery added in here too. Let's just deviate round past this. I want to see these as well. Oh, we've still got that little snippet to go and see with taxiing around in a little general aviation aeroplane as well, because of course we need to make sure that we've got that showcase too, one of the Royal Flying Doctor Service animated hangars, which are included in the scenery too. How far's the sign? There's a VOR. It's a fair distance. Oh right, let's get this whacked up to 100 then. We've got to follow the road round to the right, yeah? Now you're going to tell me I've probably gone too far. How far? Have I gone too far? Oh, I just passed it. Of course I have. Back to where the static cars were. Ah, yes. Gotcha. Thank you. Ah, got it. Right. Well, I'm going to slow the camera down because I don't want to zoom over to it. I kind of want to go and actually proceed to just roll up quite nice to this. It looks pretty good. Animated flag there as well. David says, I won't be flying the Fenix again for a long while, surely. What happened? There you go. Welcome to Alice Springs sign. Impulse simulation saying there the flag is animated to respond to the wind speed and direction. That's pretty smart as well. I do like that. That's the VOR, the Alice Springs VOR. Bury River North, Transportable Building Division. Well, that's the most part of the scenery actually done. Let's go to 6. We'll have a little look to see, make sure we haven't missed anything on the other side here. Can't see anything. Lovely custom foliage though here, as Practically Geek mentioned a moment ago. On the outside of the terminal. Look at that for a structure as well, the modelling work from a slight distance there. Looking really, really quite good indeed. And then with that as a backdrop, let's wind the time forwards to night time. Actually, let's wind it back because we're almost there. Ah, look at that. Very cool. This is really good work. Really nice. Very remote part of the world, of course, but it gives us a reason now to go and explore this. So look how scenic the approach was as well as we flew in. Got one more thing to see. For that, I'm going to have to head out to the sim menu and load up in another aeroplane. Another building there. It involves the Royal Flying Doctors Service. So they have an animated hangar for this. Really, really good. Look at the apron work. There's the tower lighting again, reflecting off the tower structure. Good work there again. And yeah, so this is going to be the next feature that we're going to take a little look at. Time. Well, let's head out of the sim. Main menu. The one besides ASAC and the one on the right of the open RFDS ones. My sim is hung. Every time I fly the Fenix, it kind of sits. While we're waiting, let's draw one of the winners out of the 3 today. So this winner is going to win a copy of the Alice Springs scenery, produced by Impulse Simulations. Aircraft selection. Let's see, what have we got? What have we got? What have we got? By the way, Impulse, if you're able to make it work, the livery, King Air livery for the black square King Air 350, that would be mega, because it's a beautiful simulation of a great aeroplane, that. Although it is SDA Flying Plumber, that's the one, isn't it? So there's a Flying Plumber livery. TBM. I didn't install that one. Where's the King Air? Got her. There we go. Royal Flying Doctor Service. There's a couple of different options available for it. We've got 2 installed there, as you can see, but we'll go for Flying Doctor Type 3. And what we can do is zoom out. Alice Springs. Pine Gap Joint Defence Facility. There we go, that's what the C-17 is resupplying. Ramp 8. We'll just dive in. Should have gone onto the runway, actually spawned in on the runway just to get the engines on. Might have to go and do a Control E special. So yeah, 3 copies to give away today. We'll draw one winner now as we spawn in and go and have a look at this animated hangar. The answer, of course, was Uluru, the well-known other name for Ayers Rock. Come on, Toby, our tracker. There we go, don't muck about. Yeah, let's do Control E. So a number of these little liveries included, which are really nice. Obviously the Royal Flying Doctor Service is huge in this part of Australia. And a couple of those all included. Good luck to all of our entries so far as we start the engine. And the first winner is Ben Wade. Congratulations to you. You've won a copy of the new Impulse Simulations Alice Springs. Two more prizes to give away though, and of course one of them, the next draw, will be for Canberra. As Impulse Simulations are saying in the live chat there, they won't. The liveries here that we're showing today, like this one, won't be shipped with the product, but they will all be available for free on Orbex under the Impulse Simulations account, so you can download them and enjoy them. A huge part of Alice Springs is the Royal Flying Doctor service, so certainly well worth having a little look at there. If you are drawn as a winner today, like Ben has been today, make sure you email me, britishavgeek1@gmail.com, within 24 hours of being picked as a winner, or DM me on Discord. Let's go and taxi over to the hangar. Am I doing this right, Impulse Simulations? So we're just going to have to envisage or pretend that we have just flown on a service out from a remote airfield somewhere to go and give somebody some critical care. And we're heading back into Alice Springs, having completed a rather successful and very honourable mission. Where's Adak? There it is. So I'm going to zip over here. And I'm going to keep the drone, the camera outside, even though I hate that. But I'm going to keep the outside open anyway, just because if we go to external view, we can kind of see the behaviour of the scenery. Impulse Simulations saying there. That they're going to be releasing it on the 12th of next month. 12th of May at 6 PM Australian Eastern Standard Time. So I assume this one here is too big for me, isn't it? So being in this aircraft, it's not going to open those hangars, right? Behind the Skies, the giveaway period is over, unfortunately, so you've missed your chance to enter. So, zipping over the taxiway. And he's gone. Can't help but spam, can he? That's the most frustrating behaviour in a stream. It is, but it will open. You're just a bit far away, interestingly. Right, okay, so let's taxi. Oh no, I'm making a right meal of this. But we'll taxi right up to the hangar, shall we? In fact, I want to see it from here. It's this one, right? Of course, usually, as Impulse Simulation says, you would be pushed back into this. But I'm just demonstrating how it opens for you guys. There we go, look at that. Welcome home. That's so good. And then you can go and screw into the hangar. You can also spawn in on this hangar as well. This is one of the options. There is a spawn point inside this hangar, and it will then allow you to basically taxi on straight out of the hangar there, which is so cool. So cool. Has this got reverse thrust? It does. It's a good job, isn't it? Back out we go. I'm gonna taxi on in. I'm gonna reverse into that when we finish having a little look. And yeah, I'm literally gonna you wouldn't mind. Gonna reverse taxi in. Why not? Let's go and have a look at this other hangar, shall we? Little fueling point there as well. That looks really quite nice too. You get a good appreciation for how nice the texture work is when you're a little bit lower down here. So this one, yeah? Aviation Fund, welcome. Unfortunately, the giveaway period is now closed. We've already begun to draw the winners. So excited. It's only a hangar door that opens in the sim, but it's great to see the scenery actually be a bit alive and reactive to us. Look at that. And then look at that, the little bit of the tail there coming up, just to allow for those aeroplanes that can fit in this hangar with a slightly higher tail to go zipping out without causing any problems. How cool is that? I like those little touches that you get in sceneries like this. I think it's really quite special. Let's draw the second winner then, folks. So this next winner, good luck again to all of you who have entered. Thank you for taking part as well. I hope you have enjoyed today's live stream. The second winner is going to win a copy of Impulse Simulations Canberra Airport, our departure airport for today. Ben, make sure you do contact me, buddy. And the next winner is... I'm going to take a screenshot of Ben's account there. Roll it. Sabres 431. Congratulations. You've won the Impulse Simulations Canberra Airport. Yeah, the fueling area, good shout. It's a proper fueling area, so when you do park there, it will trigger the refueling menu, so that's pretty neat as well. Now I'm hoping not to royally, no pun intended, be in the Royal Flying Doctor Service, cock this up. Can't park there, eh? Oh, I do the weirdest things sometimes, don't I? You can do it! Here we go. I hope I've got this right. It could be a whopper of a claim coming up. I'll be cast out to the outback and left with a bottle of water and a pack of crisps. It goes 4 months of hangar building. There we go. Yeah, get them doors open. We're coming in. Look at that. Tail fits perfectly. It's like we're meant to do this. Like we're meant to actually park here. So, the next thing is the hangar doors closing once we go far enough in. Making a right meal of this. Sabres, make sure you contact me. We'll get you that copy of Canberra ASAP. How far back do we have to go before we do actually initiate a claim? Please don't crash. Oh, here we go. There we are. Look at that. We can shut ourselves inside. So if you spawn in here, as Impulse Simulations mentioned, the doors initially potentially will be closed. As you then get ideally pulled out of the hangar, or begin to taxi towards it, the doors will open and reveal themselves. And then you can go zipping on out. Like so. Look at that. Perfect. And we'll just go and park up at the fueling bay. Oh, you know what? Impulse Simulations says check out the inside of the roofing of both the RFDS hangars at night. Oop, too far. Here we are. Let's go to time. Zoink. Ooh, very nice. Look at that. That's very good. In fact, there's a window here as well, so you can actually see inside the hangar too. Peekaboo. That's really swish, look at that. There's a TBM. And this one as well. Oh, that's really cool. Look at that. I do like that. Very nice. Really nice nod actually to the Royal Flying Doctor Service to have their hangar replicated so nicely actually in the sim. Hugely important part of this part of Australia. Shall we have a look at the fueling bay here? Shut down the engines. And I was expecting to see the fuel menu pop up. May have parked in the wrong place. Might be because the BP truck's on the move. He's gone for a drive. Gone for his lunch. Ah, there we go. So I've not parked in the right spot effectively. There we go. That's all good. Either way, beautiful scenery. And there we are. Canberra to the new Alice Springs coming in the next couple of weeks. For Microsoft Flight Simulator. The final winner has yet to be drawn, so we're going to find out who's got that final copy to enjoy upon release. Here we go. Good luck to everybody again. The final winner for today. Again, as always, contact me, BritishAvGeek1@gmail.com via email or direct on Discord to claim your prize within 24 hours. Hayden, congratulations, one of our channel members. He's won the final copy of Alice Springs, courtesy of Impulse Simulations. You'll be able to purchase this scenery on Orbex when it does release, and hopefully you guys have been able to enjoy it in all its glory today. And what is a really remarkable bit of scenery. We'll have to revisit it as well, of course. There are some runway textures that have been updated. As you can see, there's really nice gridding on the runway anyway, but there are a couple of patches and things like that that have been put in place on the airport too. Congratulations to all of our winners. Thank you to everybody who has flown along and taken part. I hope you've had a good time over the last few hours. And if you are staying up in Australia, let's have a little look for today. Hope you find that it's been worth it. In the meantime, as always, keep your eye on the channel. Tomorrow we're going to be flying the ATR once again, in a stream yet to be decided. I'll have a little look at Discord's Members Lounge in a moment. We will figure out what that route is going to be, but we're going to be zipping around in the ATR as we continue the learning process. I'll leave you with these wonderful scenes of Alice Springs. Thanks for flying along. Hit the like button before you head off. Subscribe if you've not done so already. And join us tomorrow, 1200 UTC, for some more Microsoft Flight Simulator action. I'll see you soon. Take care.